Chapter 795. All right, Yu Liang, go and complete your gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Kenyang Laojun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula said slowly. Kenyang Laojun took a step back, saying arrogantly, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank sixes. Together with a mere will, you want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path, gu immortals outside. They're like wolves and tigers. Your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Kenyang Laojuan's words were also true. They were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many gu immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, star constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting celestial court. I, Dongfang Naganori, even though I am far from star constellation Immortal Venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory gu formation appeared in the hall. Countless gu worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs, interweaving in the hall. Compared to this formation, Dongfang Yuliang's perfected gu formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kenyang Laojun saw this, and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dongfang Naganori, have such deep attainment in Phantom Path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary gu formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed, because the gu worms that formed the gu formation were all corporeal, and gu worms were very fragile. Even if it was the immortal grade spring-autumn cicada, as long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of phantom path, turning the gu worms that formed the gu formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the gu formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path gu immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the gu formation and was not afraid of Kenyang Laojun destroying it because the gu formation was phantom. Kenyang Laojun could only watch helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. The gu formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha ha ha. Kenyang Laojun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dongfang tribe's gu immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient, he won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kenyang Laojun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now they were as slow as snails. Kenyang Laojun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. It looked like a short distance, but it was a condensed space. I spent decades and countless efforts to create this formation. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around it. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path Dao marks in the ruined bat's corpse here. We look like we are only tens of steps away from Kenyang Laojun, but the actual distance is more than 1,000 li, Nebula said slowly. as expected of Lord Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were relieved. Their eyes shined as they looked at Nebula with deep admiration. Nebula nodded. This is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth. This formation is a huge killing formation. With my wisdom path immortal Gu as the core and blood path immortal Gu as the support. Once activated, its power is immense. It has the power to split heaven and earth. Especially with the addition of blood path immortal Gu. It is even more effective against Gu immortals. As long as the Gu formation is activated, not only can we kill Kinyang Laojun, we can even kill the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dongfang tribe will definitely become famous in northern plains. Both the righteous and demonic path, as well as the other forces, will be wary of us. After this battle, move this formation back to the tribe's blessed land. If Yu Liang obtains it through my inheritance, he will be the person in charge. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals heard this and became extremely excited. In contrast, Kinyang Laojun could not conceal his bewilderment. Nebula continued. When my main body was alive, although I had formed an alliance with the righteous path superforces and made an agreement, in this world, only when one has true strength can one ensure one's safety. All of you must remember, don't place your hopes in the hands of others. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals nodded, expressing their understanding. Dongfang Yikong said anxiously, Then Lord Changfan, there is a traitor in our tribe. Even if we guard against it, it is hard to guard against a traitor. Don't be anxious, Nebula laughed. I have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons, gains and losses. This Gu formation is extremely powerful, but it has a huge flaw. Activating this formation requires the Gu immortals' immortal aperture origin core. What? Many Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals were speechless. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture. Once it was taken out, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress. The space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. And if the Gu immortal did not advance, they would fall back. Once the time was up, the immortal aperture would face heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When the immortal aperture was empty, the Gu immortal strength would be weak, and if they were careless, they would die from a calamity. With their lives at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon a Gu immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, There are losses, there are gains. Lord Changfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I, Dongfang Wanxiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe. Good. As expected of Lord Wanxiu, I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you to the end. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly. He did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Gu immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded. They had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. No hurry. Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly, I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Gu formation, once the immortal aperture origin core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it. The Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, Traitor, you better come out. If you don't, it will be too late. Nebula's words. They were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine. If there was really a traitor after hearing these words, he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kinyang Laojun and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different. He would not want to deal with Kinyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point, I, Wan Xiao, have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wan Xiao said hatefully. The star will chuckled. If that's the case, then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu immortals' expressions changed. They felt their immortal apertures shaking. There was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation, and let it operate at full speed. Nebula said solemnly. The Gu immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures eventually. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the Phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar. You have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dongfang Naganoris, Nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanqiu's eyes shined brightly. He looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries, Nebula chuckled. In this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone relax. I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good. We will kill these hateful demonic path Gu immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dongfang tribe. The Phantom formation shined brightly. The Gu immortals snorted coldly. Their expressions were grim. Some are frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the Phantom formation. It was like a lump of liquid or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals had flushed faces. Some were trembling. Some had malevolent expressions. They were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the Star Will, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered. Almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it! I have successfully perfected this Gu formation. I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile. "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation. Stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are immortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help to your future growth." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the phantom formation's power. He stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him. There was no power to obstruct him. The chance was fleeting. He immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7 strength path, giant hands, slammed down. Only one was left to protect him. It is time. Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe's Go Immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kenyang Lao Jun flying into the sky, blocking Fang Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang tribe's Go Immortals to be stunned. I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment. Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the Phantom Formation Center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. Ha ha ha, bunch of fools. I will tell you the truth. Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan. Ha 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 ha. Kenyang Lao Jun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. What? Dongfang Wanqiu stared with wide eyes. This is impossible. Dongfang Yikong denied it. How can it be Lord Dongfang Naganori? Everyone, be careful. This is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic. Under this shocking change, Dongfang tribe's Go Immortals could not believe it. They could not accept this fact. Kenyang Lao Jun could not help but laugh. Want you to panic? What a joke. All of you are unable to move. You don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board. You can't do as you please. The joke is that you can't see this fact clearly. He he he. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Go Immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's nebula. Dongfang Wanqiu shouted, Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real. Dongfang Yikong questioned, Lord Changfan, say something. Lord Changfan, Dongfang Naganori, what are you trying to do? Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly, as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight, his face was like jade, his eyes were shining with divine light. He had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang tribe's Go Immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification, grand formation, changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Blood light shot out everywhere, forming a thick blood light screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanqiu and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone. It exposed Nebula's lies. Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us? Dongfang Wanqiu's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kenyang Lao Jun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kenyang Lao Jun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it, do we need to sacrifice Go Immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly shook his head. You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then, I was in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Obtained the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and Go Immortals. But to possess a Go Immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. It had a huge drawback. I was a wisdom path Go Immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable wisdom path go immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the Gu immortals' origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new wisdom path immortal aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kenyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use space path Dao marks to control a phantom beast army. Now it seems that his blood path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kenyang Laojun was thinking. He continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Kenyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kenyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. You are truly scheming. You want me to protect you? I am here to help you block those demonic path Gu immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kenyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, "In this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now." Kenyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88-Point Jinyang Tower's true inheritance, secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead, he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, but any Gu immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They had a long history and deep foundation, but they could not resist the temptation of the possession method. Both sides had their own needs. Dongfang Naganori released the contents of the method step by step, thus obtaining the resources sent by Crane Gate. He relied on these resources to rapidly climb up, passing tribulations time and time again. He even guided his juniors and schemed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe back to its former glory. Cooperating with someone like Dongfang Naganori, even though Kenyang Laojun had great battle strength, he had never relaxed his vigilance and had always maintained his vigilance. He did not think for long before nodding and agreeing. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula laughed loudly. "Good, I will explain the first step to you." Kenyang Laojun quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Even though he knew Dongfang Naganori was making use of him, Kenyang Laojun had come with Crane Gate's will. He could be considered to have no choice. Thinking of the generous sect rewards after completing this mission, Kenyan Laojun himself was not unwilling. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang had fainted, his eyes were tightly shut, and he was not moving at all. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Yuan looked down and saw a completely different scene. He saw an incomparably large blood veil firmly covering the mountain-like ruined bat corpse. The blood veil was extremely thick and filled with blood light. The majestic power it contained made one's heart palpitate. The demonic path Gu immortals quickly shifted their attention away from the internal conflict. Some of them tried to attack the blood veil, but it was like a small stone thrown into a large lake. The blood veil only had slight ripples on its surface. It did not budge and was as firm as a mountain. Such strong defense! What Gu formation is this? Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Dongfang Naganori's backup plans are truly endless. A group of demonic path Gu immortals guessed. Fang Yuan also frowned, even though he was a blood path great expert and had his previous life's memories. He had never seen this Gu formation before. Who cares what Gu formation it is? I will smash it with my hammer. Gu immortal Zhuozhan shouted as he charged down. He was riding a desolate beast flying boar. He was covered in armor and held a hammer. He had a strong build and was anxious, but he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan was in the limelight. He felt proud, and his expression became even more ferocious. But after a few breaths of time, his ferocious expression was gone, replaced by shock and fear. It turned out that when he got close to the blood veil, the blood in his body could not be controlled and continued to spurt out of his body. Gu immortals were called immortals, but most of their bodies still maintained the normal circulation of a human. Blood was the crucial thing to support the body's movement. Zhuozhan was still far away from the blood veil, but most of his blood had already spurted out of his body. If he continued to charge, before he could reach the blood veil, his blood would have already spurted out and he would have turned into a dried corpse. What a strange formation! This is the effect of menstrual blood Gu. It can let people bleed. Menstrual blood Gu is one of Blood Sea ancestors' blood path true inheritances. To think that Dongfang Naganori's rumor was not only true, he even raised this menstrual blood Gu to a mortal level. The demonic path Gu immortals were all moved. Several Gu immortals tried all sorts of methods, but failed miserably one after another. Everyone realized that unless they had a defensive method that targeted it, it would be extremely difficult to break through this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, he did not have any blood path immortal Gu. He walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. He could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny. Everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long. Was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naganori's arrangements first, then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path Gu immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected. Lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner. Countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path Gu immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path Gu immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation, Pai Shuihan shouted, Get out of the way! Let me do it! He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move. Ice path killer move. Flood current. Inside Pai Shuihin's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated. Rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh! Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shuihan. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before. It was completely focused. Its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace. There were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shuihan had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified. It was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble, the glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure, the corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 Gu immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shuihin's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil, but this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path Gu immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center. The surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruin, bat, was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shuihan in surprise, although it did not break the blood veil. But the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran, rank 7 Gu immortal. In comparison, Fang Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fang Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. Gu immortals had reason. They were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them. Fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shuihan had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move myriad self, I can only barely reach the standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shuihan, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head-on, I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move glacier allowed Fang Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihin's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fang Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The Gu immortals' cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihin's strength was the consumption of rank 7 red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life. The only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6. He had not even passed one heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive. Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. His expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone, but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared. His eyes suddenly opened wide. His pupils were completely white, shooting out 2 faint white lights. This move was almost silent. Its boldness could not compare to the glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the 2 pale white lights, the glacier melted. The blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move! 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Kenyang Lao Jun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Since Kenyang Lao Jun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Chen tribe. Central Continent's Chen tribe specialized in rule path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent. There was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Chen tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Even though Chen tribe was a super force protected by Gu immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huang Jin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left. The tribe no longer existed. He was the only one left to fight alone. Chen tribe specialized in rule path. The Gu immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1,000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. It has unparalleled power. It can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then, in Central Continent, countless sect Gu immortals lost to myriad disintegrations. Countless people suffered from this move. Kenyang Lao Jun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense. Are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy. These are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's nebula urged. Kenyang Lao Jun stood with his hands behind his back. He did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth. Watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu immortals. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7 but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huang Jin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out, even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red date immortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 Gu immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that? Kenyang Lao Jun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kenyang Lao Jun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. To break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fang Yuan. The traveling earth, 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuian, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible, but soon the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kenyang Lao Jun could not help but gasp. This is... Nebula's expression also changed. Not good. My immemorial ruined bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kenyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed. Even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain immortal Gu was one such accident. Immortal Gu could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruined bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain immortal Gu. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dongfang Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kenyang laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life-chasing fire! Chapter 798. Immortal Killer Move. Life-chasing fire. Kenyang Lao Jun had a solemn expression as he slowly opened his palm, revealing a weak fire. This fire flickered. It was dim yellow in color and had no light, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Kenyang Lao Jun's eyes, however, shined with a sharp light. Looking at the fire in his palm, he showed a proud expression. This was the ultimate move that made him famous in Central Continent. Life-chasing fire go. Kenyang Lao Jun's palm shook. The life-chasing fire shot out with a whoosh. The star will hastily open an opening and made way for the passage. The life-chasing fire was inconspicuous. After leaving the blood veil, it plunged into the icy mountain. Boom! Almost in an instant, the huge dim yellow fire soared to the sky, burning the entire icy mountain. The demonic path Gu immortals in the air were shocked by this change. But soon, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although the fire was fierce, it did not have any heat. Especially the icy mountain that was in the fire was unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Some demonic path Gu immortals were about to mock him, But at this time, the rank 7 demonic path, Gu Immortal expert Pai Shuian, suddenly screamed miserably. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and the scene before them gave them a huge shock. Pai Shuihan's whole body was covered in fire. He was burning intensely. His face was twisted in pain. His whole body was emitting cold air. Water was gushing out like dragons, and snakes were coiling around his body. The dim yellow fire was not weakened at all. Instead, it showed signs of burning even more fiercely. What move is this? How did Pai Shuihan get hit? Why did I not see it clearly? Such a strange fire. Everyone dodge. The demonic path, Gu Immortals retreated, looking at Pai Shuihan with lingering fear as he used all his methods, trying to extinguish the fire and save himself. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Oh no. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed something amiss. He quickly retracted his 8 strength path giant hands. But it was too late. The flames burned the iceberg, and soon after, they spread out like lightning onto the 8 giant hands of strength. The strength path giant hand was unharmed, but inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, faint yellow flames appeared out of nowhere. It burned quietly on the body of the 160,000 strength path phantom. These strength path phantoms, they were the ones who provided the power to form the 8 giant hands of strength in the outside world. They were bathed in flames, but they were safe and sound. Fang Yuan saw this. His heart was filled with a chill. This is indeed the killer move, life-chasing fire. Fang Yuan knew the power of this move. He hurriedly cut off his wrists. With a thought, the 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed on their own. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands that were uprooting the mountain also collapsed with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses fell heavily onto the ground, causing a huge shock wave. The ground around it cracked, and countless pieces of sand and stones flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. Fang Yuan's uprooting mountain was interrupted. He suffered an intense backlash. His chest felt heavy and nauseous, and he felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell down from midair. He Lulan saw the situation was bad and quickly went to support him. Fang Yuan, however, avoided her like a snake, shouting, "Don't come near me!" Saying so, he retreated, and like Pai Shuihan, his body also started burning with faint yellow flames. At the same time, Free Scholar's expression changed. He was also hit by this move. His body also started burning with flames. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former. The latter was the headquarters of Gu Immortals. It was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuihan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path, Gu Immortals, pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuihan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path, Gu Immortals, soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp. emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move. 1,000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1,000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one. Its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Feng Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Feng Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. The other demonic path Gu Immortals were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shuihan was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu Immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shuihan and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shuihan let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames. Like a flaming meteor, he shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path Gu Immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shuihan's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path Gu Immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shuihan left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kenyang Lao Jun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's Nebula, "How is it?" As expected of the life-chasing fire, Nebula nodded. This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. Gu Immortals often put goo worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used. For example, 1,000 Disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished. Unfortunately, this Pai Shuihan did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this and laughed lightly, praising, "Kenyang Lao Jun, this move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest Gu Immortal will lose their foundation. They will lose their will to fight." Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kenyang Lao Jun's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kenyang Lao Jun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu Immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kenyang Lao Jun roamed Central Continent in his early years. He was famous. The Gu Immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kenyang Lao Jun moved less, but in terms of battle strength, he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, The collapse of 88 Pointinyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Fong Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shui-han was forced to escape. Kenyang Lao Jun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire, he praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kenyang Lao Jun. Thus, it would be strange if Kenyang Lao Jun had a good expression. Life-chasing fire. Kenyang Lao Jun, why is he here? Fong Yuan floated in the air. Looking at the blood veil below him, he was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fong Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a central continent Gu immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. Earlier, even though Kenyang Lao Jun forced him to retreat, it was only for a brief moment. He did not expose his identity. Kenyang Lao Jun had a secret method to conceal his aura. When he attacked, he had the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. The demonic path Gu immortals saw this, but none of them discovered anything. It could be said that Kenyang Lao Jun's methods were profound. Not good. Fong Yuan thought to himself he wanted to retreat. He knew that a central continent force had secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate him, the culprit, and also knew that someone had approached Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, suspecting his identity as Sha Huang. Chapter 799. As far as Fong Yuan was concerned, wisdom path inheritances were indeed precious. But even if he obtained the complete inheritance, his true identity would be exposed and he would be chased by Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals. That would not be worth it. Kenyang Lao Jun's fire made the demons helpless, while Pai Shui-han escaped. Fong Yuan sensed something amiss and had thoughts of retreating. He naturally stopped. Free Scholar, who had rank 7 battle strength, also did not rashly make a move. Earlier, Fong Yuan's performance in dealing with the life-chasing fire made him think even more highly of him. He thought that he had relied on 1,000 disintegrations to survive the calamity. He felt that Fong Yuan was even more profound, especially when Fong Yuan had the 2 black-robed Gu immortals, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan. Thus, Free Scholar restrained his urge to make a move and only looked at Fong Yuan. His meaning was clear. He was waiting for Fong Yuan's group to make a move. At once, the sky above the ruined Bat's corpse mountain fell into silence, while curses and curses could still be heard in the ruined hall. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals were unable to move, but they retained the ability to speak. Ever since Dongfang Naganori's possession started, they had been cursing and questioning Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula turned a deaf ear to them. He saw that the outside world had calmed down and the demons were helpless. He smiled lightly. The time has finally come. Possession and rebirth is at this moment. Kenyang Lao Jun, I have told you the previous steps in detail. The crucial moment has arrived. I will have to trouble you to defend for me. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Nebula made up its mind and did not hesitate any more. A change occurred again. A huge whirlpool suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. Blood energy brewed in the whirlpool, condensing into a huge pillar of bloodlight that shot down towards the center of the phantom formation, enveloping Dongfang Yuliang's body. Kenyang Lao Jun glared and cursed. Damn it! Seeing this change, Kenyang Lao Jun finally understood that this blood veil was not purely for defense. It was a kind of purification process. The 8 immortal aperture origin cores that were extracted were like 8 pieces of metal that were melted together. Next, the demonic path Gu immortals would attack and refine it, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin core before injecting it into the possession target. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were deep and profound. He even included the demonic path Gu immortals within. Even Fong Yuan was kept in the dark and was used by Dongfang Naganori as a blacksmith. Now that the blood energy was flowing backward into Dongfang Yuliang's body, the blood veil would naturally weaken. With the blood veil weakened, the defense immediately weakened. Kenyang Laojuan's sect had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. With such a huge temptation in front of him, how could he not stand up and take the blame? As expected, seeing the blood veil weaken, the demonic path Gu Immortal's spirits rose. It seems that our previous attacks were effective. There's hope to break the blood veil. Everyone, let's attack together. The Immortals attacked one after another. Countless attacks rained down like a torrential rain. The blood veil had to send in blood energy, while enduring the attacks on the other side. It immediately became strained and was on the verge of collapse. Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to take action. He used an immortal killer move. Final afterglow. A light barrier appeared outside the blood veil. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Countless attacks penetrated this light barrier and landed on the blood veil, but the power was less than half of what it was before. This was the effect of final afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu Immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kenyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfang Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The Phantom Formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the blood veil. The blood veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu Master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu Immortal realm. Crack! In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu Immortal inside. What the hell is going on? The Gu Immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu Immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible! This is a heavenly wind, lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below! He is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu Immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed. The iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning. It is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning. It is unpredictable. These two great lightning tribulations are known as the twin lightning of heaven and earth. Once they combine, Their power will rise sharply. Even the current me would have a headache if I were to encounter it. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, falling from above and exploding from below. The lightning was dazzling and dazzling, forming a purgatory of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were densely packed. There were so many that they actually formed a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice shards completely disappeared. Not even a trace of frost energy remained. They were all destroyed by the lightning. This apocalyptic scene made the watching demonic path go immortals hold their breaths, their hearts feeling stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse, Kenyang Laojun had a solemn expression as he used all his strength to support the immortal killer move, Ultimate Afterglow. This mystical defensive killer move cautiously weakened the power of the twin lightning of heaven and earth. But even with all his strength, Kenyang Laojun could only weaken it by 15%. The red date immortal essence in his body was being expended rapidly. Soon his forehead was covered in sweat. How can there be such a powerful lightning tribulation? Dongfang Naganori's nebula muttered with a worried expression. This situation was almost the worst that he had expected. To think that he would encounter it in this possession attempt. His luck was truly terrible. The blood veil was being damaged intensely by the lightning strikes. The losses were so severe that Dongfang Naganori's nebula felt great heartache. These losses would greatly affect the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, as time passed, the lightning tribulation not only did not show any signs of weakening, it was even getting stronger. The immemorial, desolate, beast-level ruined bat's corpse was destroyed beyond recognition. The surrounding space path Dao marks were originally densely packed, but now they were all destroyed by the lightning path. Almost all of them were gone. Kenyang Laojun was already in a situation where he could not hold on. The huge loss of immortal essence made his mood heavy. That's right. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful. It is all because of you, Dongfang Naganori. Kenyang Laojun suddenly said, You, Dongfang Naganori, are already a dead person. According to fate's arrangement, your soul should return to the door of life and death. How can you still be alive and kicking here? Not only do you want to revive, you even want to possess an immortal's body. This is truly heaven-defying. No wonder heaven and earth are enraged. Dongfang Naganori's nebulous expression was solemn, but after hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Ever since Red Lotus Immortal Venerable destroyed fate, the fate of all living beings in this world is in our hands. So what if it is heaven-defying? My fate is not up to heaven. I have planned this for a long time. I have done so much preparation and hard work. I will definitely succeed this time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Originally, lightning was raining down and thunder rumbled endlessly, filling everyone's ears. But right now, this sound of thunder suppressed all the other lightning. It resounded in the sky and caused the Gu Immortal's ears to buzz. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was shattered. A dazzling white light filled the sky and earth. Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and the other demonic path Gu Immortals retreated in panic, and even Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to shut his eyes. Within the white light, a divine lightning suddenly struck down. This divine thunder was incomparably ferocious, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it destroyed the afterglow, exploded the blood veil, and headed straight for Dongfang Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dongfang Yuliang from the sky covered in dark clouds. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body. If he was struck by this lightning, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dongfang Naganori's plan to possess another body and revive would come to an abrupt end. It had completely failed. At the moment of life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been frowning and had his eyes tightly shut, forcefully opened his eyes. Within the dazzling white light, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning. An intense shock and anger surged in his heart. Alcade, falling star lightning, tribulation hidden within tribulation. Damn heaven, you want me to die so badly. Then I will not die. Dongfang Naganori roared in his heart. At the next moment, the phantom formation shined brightly. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, countless beams of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse in all directions. When the beams of light hit some unlucky demonic path, Gu immortals, their minds shook and their souls shook. Some even directly fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion set off a monstrous air wave, causing the vegetation in the surrounding tens of li to be uprooted. The sky seemed to have collapsed, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The demonic path, Gu immortals, hurriedly retreated. After retreating for 15 li, the white light beam gradually dissipated, and the immortals calmed down slightly. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses, which had been as large and unmoving as a mountain, had completely disappeared. On the empty ground, a young figure appeared, floating proudly as he gazed at Fang Yuan and the others. Dongfang Yuliang, R 1152. Chapter 800. Dongfang Yuliang? Did I see wrongly? How did he become a Gu immortal? It seems this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, is this Dongfang Naganori's inheritance? Sigh, it was actually snatched away by a mortal. When the demonic path Gu immortals saw Dongfang Naganori, they were greatly shaken, but also felt dejected. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless. His eyes did not have normal pupils and sclera. Instead, they were covered in countless types of glass light that flickered continuously. He used such a gaze to slowly size up the demonic path Gu immortals before speaking in a low voice. So it was you who wanted to snatch the inheritance left behind by my benefactor? Who gave you the guts to actually attack a righteous path superforce? Dongfang Naganori successfully possessed the body, but he did not expose the truth, instead speaking in Dongfang Yuliang's tone. The demonic path Gu immortals were dejected. They were already full of resentment. Now that they heard Dongfang Yuliang boasting shamelessly, they were immediately displeased. Some snorted in disdain, while others shouted, "A mere junior! You have just become an immortal and reached the heavens in one step. Yet you dare to be so arrogant! Come, take my hammer strike." Before he finished speaking, a figure shot out from the side of the crowd. This demonic path Gu immortal had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was covered in armor. He was riding a flying boar. Its 4 fat pig hooves were rapidly moving, carrying its owner towards Dongfang Yuliang in an aggressive manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals shuddered, immediately reacting. This Zhuozhan is crafty. He wants to take advantage of the situation. We were almost frightened by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity earlier. Even if Dongfang Yuliang is an immortal, he is only a rookie. What are we afraid of? Capture Dongfang Yuliang alive and interrogate him for the wisdom path inheritance. The demonic path Gu immortals moved out one after another, rushing towards Dongfang Yuliang. Free Scholar was also among them. Only Fang Yuan and a few others did not move, remaining on the spot. He did not know that Dongfang Yuliang had been possessed by Dongfang Naganori. Instead, he was afraid of Kenyang Laojun. The Dongfang Yuliang has appeared. Where is Kenyang Laojun? Kenyang Laojun was actually standing behind the Dongfang Yuliang, but he had used an immortal Dao technique to conceal his figure. His methods were so profound that none of the immortals of the demonic path were aware of it. However, he was still injured. When he saw the immortals rushing over, he transmitted his voice to the Dongfang Yuliang. "Do you need me to make a move?" Dongfang Yuliang quickly denied. "You don't have to do anything. Let me kill them alone." If Kenyang Laojun made a move and was exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would know that Dongfang Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dongfang Yuliang be ostracized by the righteous path, even Northern Plains' demonic path would not like him. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuliang wanted to use his own strength to deal a heavy blow to the invading enemies. Only by doing so could he rise up and regain control of Dongfang tribe despite the deaths of the 8 Gu immortals of the Eastern Plains. Zhuozhan was one step ahead, getting closer and closer. He was so close that Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were surging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was not flustered. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, showing a scheming smile. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked at him with interest. He wanted to see how he could defeat such a strong enemy with his current cultivation, only to see Dongfang Yuliang slowly stretch out his right arm, his white robe-wide sleeves, his right index finger pointed to the sky as he said loudly, "Myriad Star Fang." The invading immortals heard this, and their auras turned sluggish, their expressions changing. Hataru was known to almost everyone in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. It was Dongfang Naganori's strongest killer move. Dongfang Naganori was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, not just because of his deductions, but more importantly because of his battle strength. Without astonishing battle strength, how could he gain a foothold in the chaotic Northern Plains? Without immense battle strength, how could he lead Dongfang tribe to prosperity again? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Naganori firmly suppressed Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar when he was alive. He was the first supreme elder of a righteous path super force, and the wisdom path killer Move Hataru was the best symbol of Dongfang Naganori's battle strength. This move's illustrious reputation had already entered the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Hataru involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Is it so easy to activate? Zhuozhan shouted. He is only a newbie Gu immortal. He has just become an immortal and left the mortal realm. He wants to control so many Gu worms at once. Lu Qingming sneered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tian Du held an immortal Gu in his hand, ready to attack. Humph, Hataru, I was defeated by this move back then. Now let's see how much power you have. Free Scholar's expression flashed with anger. Are we really not going to attack? He Lulan was moved, but Fang Yuan was the strongest among them. He Lulan had lost self-strength immortal Gu. Her battle strength was slightly weaker than before. Wait for a while, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan was just about to tell them his earlier guess when the sky changed. The dark clouds had just dispersed, the sky was clear. But now, night fell, the world turned dark. The night sky covered the surrounding 1,000 li. Countless firefly-like specks of light appeared in the night sky and flew around. Starlight fluttered. It was grand and beautiful. Hataru! The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They were surrounded by the starlight fireflies. Starlight shone continuously on everyone's faces. Free Scholar's expression was ashen. This was a genuine Hataru. Its power seemed to be even stronger than in his memories. But how was this possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal? Even if he had Dongfang Naganori's nebula, which could consume the rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Naganori, how could he be so familiar with using Hataru for the first time? As if he had practiced it countless times? The unfettered scholar was puzzled. The demonic path Gu immortals beside him were in an even worse state. The surrounding starlight specks were densely packed, attacking them from all directions. One starlight was not a big threat, but what about thousands of starlight specks? What about 100,000, a million, or even 10 million starlight specks? Especially when every speck of starlight contained a star thought. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would jump out and drill into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, with such endless starlight specks, They would definitely lose out after defending for a long time. Once the star thoughts entered their sea of consciousness, it would be a huge problem. If it was light, it would interfere with their thoughts. Well, if it was heavy, the thoughts would be destroyed, their movements would become sluggish, or even worse, their own thoughts would be completely suppressed by the star thoughts. Star thoughts would replace thinking, and the Gu Immortal would temporarily become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet, being controlled by him. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path, Gu Immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face turned purple. Sorry, my attack suddenly changed direction. Humph. You want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance. You were actually corroded by the star thoughts in such a short time. You are truly a failure. The demonic path Gu Immortal was almost hit. He was flustered and exasperated. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was also furious. He shouted at the demonic path Gu Immortal. Enough! Are you still fighting among yourselves? The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. This is Hataru. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. A Gu Immortal said anxiously. Another Gu Immortal retorted, Leave? What are you afraid of? The other party is ignoring a mere bottom tier, rank 6 Gu Immortal. We have so many people here and Lord Free Scholar as well. Why are you so afraid? In my opinion, we should just charge in. Everyone was hesitant. They subconsciously looked towards Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped. Fang Yuan was far away. Free Scholar, as the strongest and only rank 7 battle strength, was the leader of the group. This was not because everyone approved of Free Scholar's leadership, but because if the sky fell, the tallest person would hold it up. Free Scholar was the tallest person among them. They would have a higher chance of survival if they followed the strong. Free Scholar was also hesitant. He had fought with Dongfang Naganori before. He was defeated by this Hataru move. After his defeat, he learned his lesson and paid more attention to Dongfang Naganori's information. Thus his understanding of Hataru was much deeper than everyone else. He knew that Hataru was a wisdom path killer move. It had extraordinary power and was created by Dongfang Naganori. The weakness of this move was hard to find out. Free Scholar only knew that as long as he entered the range of this move, he would be tricked. The Gu Immortal's thoughts would form star thoughts. Under the influence of Hataru, these star thoughts would form specks of starlight and attack the Gu Immortal. In an intense battle, Gu Immortals would naturally have countless thoughts. Their minds would work rapidly and produce even more star thoughts. The more star thoughts there were, the greater their advantage would be. Especially when more Gu Immortals entered the formation, more star thoughts would be produced. When the star thoughts corroded the Gu Immortal's mind, they would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet and have to fight for it. Even if they could not reach this level, they would still be affected by the star thoughts and make mistakes. Like earlier, Zhuozhan had almost injured others. Thus, Hataru's move was better at fighting one against many. It was weaker against a single strong enemy. Against many people, they could use each other's strength to restrain each other. The battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu Immortals to help them. Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people, but are not united. We are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts. I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path, Gu Immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thought rapidly. Starlight specks appeared around him. They were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a gu immortal hiding, we have many people, if I retreat without a fight, who in northern plains will respect me in the future. Chapter 801. After making up his mind, the free scholar's aura surged as he shouted, "Fight! The other party is just one person. If you are a coward, you can retreat by yourself. 5 WWW 2 3WX. COM. Good, we will follow Lord." As expected of Lord Free Scholar, with you around, what can Dongfang Yuliang do? The demons cheered. The Free Scholar waved his sleeves as a killer move burst out, clearing the surrounding starlight and charging towards Dongfang Yuliang. "Come at me." Dongfang Yuliang did not fear the Free Scholar's rank 7 power. Instead of retreating, he went deep into the starlight. At once, starlight surged. It was like the sea of stars was surging. The waves were surging unceasingly. Dongfang Yuliang became the Lord of the Stars. He controlled countless starlight and created a grand star wave, fighting alone. This wave of slaughter caused the stars to flutter and light to scatter. Dongfang Yuliang was initially outnumbered and in imminent danger. But as time passed, the amount of starlight continued to increase, almost forming a lump. The starlight obscured their vision and interfered with their coordination. Star thoughts invaded their minds. The demonic path gu immortals made many mistakes. The more chaotic the battle, the more benefits Dongfang Yuliang had. The immortals were injured many times. They gradually did not dare to cooperate and fought alone. This greatly reduced the pressure on Dongfang Yuliang. Only the Free Scholar was unstoppable and unstoppable. He was Dongfang Yuliang's greatest enemy. Dongfang Yuliang avoided his attacks and did not dare to fight him head-on. The Free Scholar was repeatedly obstructed by the demonic path gu immortals. He was furious. This Dongfang Yuliang is so slippery, he is so young, but he is even more crafty than Dongfang Naganori. He has no flaws. It is as if he had practiced this killer move since birth. Dongfang Yuliang's inheritance is actually so mystical. Not far away, Kenyang Laojun was also inwardly shocked by Hataru's power. He had been concealing his traces and healing his injuries quietly. His eyes darted around from time to time. He looked at Fang Yuan and the others at the edge of the battlefield. He vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's identity and waited for Fang Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He was not good at chasing. However, with the help of Hataru, the chances of capturing and killing Fang Yuan would increase greatly. But Fang Yuan did not move from the start to the end, watching with folded arms. This made old Lord Kenyang feel anxious. He had to endure patiently. Immortal killer move, 1,000 disintegration. The Free Scholar couldn't win after a long battle, so he finally used his trump card. Dongfang Yuliang chuckled. He was already prepared for this move. Dongfang Yuliang moved swiftly like a butterfly. He dodged the glare. But at this moment, Dongfang Yuliang's body suddenly stopped, and Dongfang Wanqiu's angry roar came from his body. "Old bastard, I'll die with you!" Saying so, Dongfang Yuliang changed direction and charged towards the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of 1,000 disintegrations was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Dongfang Yuliang charged head-on. This was simply suicide. At once, everyone was stunned and forgot to react. Even the Free Scholar was stunned as he watched Dongfang Yuliang collide with his killer move. Light of 1,000 disintegrations. It shone on Dongfang Yuliang's head and immediately melted Dongfang Yuliang's hair, then his skull. It went straight into his brain. At the moment of life and death, Kenyang Laojun roared. He could no longer heal his injuries and showed himself. He saved him. He attacked with one hand and defended with the other. The flames surged, setting off torrential heat waves that rushed toward the unfettered scholar. Facing a rank 7 expert, the Free Scholar had no choice but to deal with it. He was distracted. Kenyang Laojun used this chance to pull Dongfang Yuliang back. Dongfang Yuliang's skull had just been penetrated. His brain was almost severely injured. At this moment, countless star thoughts gushed out like a fountain from the hole in the skull. After being saved by Kenyang Laojun, Dongfang Yuliang's expression calmed down. Dongfang Naganori's soul had regained control of his body. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. If he had been slightly slower, Dongfang Yuliang's entire brain would have been melted. Dongfang Naganori could be said to have taken a trip to the gates of hell, his life hanging by a thread. Without Kenyang Laojun, he would have died again. "What are you doing?" Kenyang Laojun saved Dongfang Naganori. He pulled him back while shouting in the latter's ears, his heart still palpitating. Regarding the possession method, Dongfang Naganori had only taught him half of it. The other half, which was the final crucial step, was kept in Dongfang Naganori's hands. Thus, Kenyang Laojun was not willing to see Dongfang Naganori die. Dongfang Naganori had purposely held back. He had schemed against Kenyang Laojun. It was effective now. But even though his life was saved, Dongfang Naganori's expression was ashen. It was quite unsightly. This was because he had gone through a mortal ascension in a hurry. He had forcefully endured the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, Dongfang Naganori had deceived the 8 Dongfang tribe Gu-immortals, allowing the phantom formation to draw out 8 immortal aperture origin cores. But these origin cores contain the wills and auras of the 8 Gu-immortals. They could not be directly poured into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Naganori turned these origin cores into a blood veil through the effect of Sutra blood immortal Gu. He then used the offensive firepower of the demonic path Gu-immortals to forge it, treating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu-immortals in the origin cores as impurities and getting rid of them. After this process, Dongfang Naganori would inject pure immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. There would be no side effects. But the calamities and tribulations were too terrifying. They far surpassed Dongfang Naganori's expectations. In the end, a dangerous situation occurred at the crucial moment of life and death. Dongfang Naganori had to skip the blood veil forging step. He extracted the 8 Gu-immortals' immortal aperture origin cores and poured them into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Even though he had survived the tribulation and became a Gu-immortal, but the newly formed immortal aperture contained the wills of the 8 Gu-immortals. It was filled with their auras. The bodies and souls of these 8 Gu-immortals had already been destroyed in the earth-shattering explosion. But they were betrayed. Their hatred towards Dongfang Naganori was preserved through their wills and auras. Dongfang Naganori used all his concentration to fight against Free Scholar, but in a moment of carelessness, the hidden danger erupted, and he suffered an intense backlash. Dongfang Naganori had expected this, but when the backlash erupted, he realized that his estimation was too optimistic. The wills accumulated in the immortal aperture were too strong. It far exceeded his estimation. Thus, the backlash occurred. He almost died under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Naganori sighed. He was about to explain to Kenyang Laojun. Suddenly, his face distorted, showing a malevolent and hateful expression. Kenyang Laojun was alarmed. He quickly let go and retreated. At the next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a ruthless killer move, attacking his benefactor, Kenyang Laojun. Fortunately, Kenyang Laojun was vigilant. Dongfang Yuliang's attack missed. "Old scoundrel Changfan, you are shameless and selfish, scheming against your own Gu-immortal's life so that you can possess a body to revive." Dongfang Yuliang roared, but his tone was different from before. It sounded like Dongfang Yikong. Such a shocking change caused everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. Free Scholar's eyes shined with brilliance. He attacked again. He reacted in time this time, taking the initiative to attack. The killer moved 1,000 disintegrations erupted again, shooting towards Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Naganori controlled his body again. He narrowly avoided the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. However, good times did not last. Soon, another Dongfang tribe Gu-immortals will forcefully appeared and controlled his body. While shouting, he took the initiative to seek death. Kenyang Laojun had no choice but to attack again, saving Dongfang Naganori from his predicament. The battle situation changed again. Originally, tides were rising and falling. Hataru, which had an orderly offense and defense, was now in chaos. The demonic path Gu immortals felt less pressure. They attacked Dongfang Yuliang one after another. Among them, Free Scholar posed the greatest threat. Rampaging in the sea of starlight, thousand disintegrations was unstoppable, sweeping everything in its path. But Dongfang Naganori had Kenyang Laojun's protection. The latter was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sect. He had deep foundations, and his immortal killer move life chasing fire was rather troublesome, blocking Free Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang was sometimes counterattacked by some Dongfang tribe Gu immortals will. He would take the initiative to think, attack Kenyang Laojun, or even commit suicide. Sometimes he would be controlled by Dongfang Naganori again to fight against the demonic path Gu immortals, trying to salvage the situation. But this battle unavoidably turned into a chaotic battle. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the other two were standing at the edge of the battlefield, watching from the sidelines. They were confused. The situation had changed strangely. It was out of their expectations. It seems that Dongfang Naganori sacrificed his clan's Gu immortal to possess Dongfang Yuliang, but he did not succeed. This old thing is really scheming. He Lulan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, the fire path Gu immortal beside him is not from Northern Plains. He is a Gu immortal expert from Central Continent's Crane Gate. His name is Kenyang Laojun. After the battle earlier, he might already be suspicious of me. Fang Yuan exposed Kenyang Laojun's identity and transmitted secretly. What? This is troublesome. He Lulan frowned deeply. She and Fang Yuan were in the same boat. They shared both honor and disgrace. If Fang Yuan was exposed, she would be in grave danger. What do we do now? Do we have to silence him? Fairy Li Shan was restless. No, he is only suspicious. As long as I do not expose myself, he cannot deduce my Central Continent identity. The battle is very chaotic now. If we interfere, we might not be able to escape. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. Hataru is strong. Even if we attack, to conceal our identities, we will not dare to use our full strength. Moreover, Kenyang Laojun is an expert among rank 7s. He cannot be humiliated. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he transmitted to the two girls. He had the intention to retreat long ago. Even though the situation was chaotic, with their current situation, they could not attack freely. Even if they could display their full strength, the three of them together would not be strong enough to intimidate the entire battlefield and control their lives. You mean we should retreat? He Lulan was not willing. The chaotic battle was still an opportunity for her. She was determined to take revenge. But He Chung was strong, and she had lost immortal Gu self-strength. Her battle strength had fallen. If she did not use these opportunities to raise her strength, when would she be able to take revenge? Fang Yuan smiled. I mean, we should retreat and advance. Did you notice that in this short period of time, Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over 10 times? But in truth, there are only 8 Gu immortals wills causing trouble. You are saying? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan understood what he meant. Their eyes shined with dazzling light. That's right. How many Gu immortals does Dongfang tribe have? Even if they have some hidden strength, Dongfang tribe's headquarters is still the weakest in history. Think about it. That is the accumulation of a super force. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, but his words made He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's hearts burn with passion. Chapter 802. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang clan, the old nest of Dongfang Naganori. It has a long history and has been in business for thousands of years. This kind of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were the immortal apertures of Gu immortals. They were owned by one person. When a Gu immortal's cultivation level rises to rank 8, their immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. But things like Jade Pool blessed land were not unique to any Gu immortal. It was formed by many Gu immortals cutting off a portion of their blessed lands and piecing them together. Blessed lands could swallow each other up in the first place. Back when Feng Yuan was undergoing tribulation on the Heaven Stairway Mountain, he was attacked by the wild beast mud crab and had to give up a part of his blessed land. In the end, this portion of blessed land was immediately snatched away by the demonic path Gu immortals on Tian Ti Mountain, fusing into their own blessed land. To annex a blessed land, one had to fulfill rather stringent requirements. But when piecing together blessed lands, the relative standard was very low. Most of the superforces in the 5 regions were formed from the contribution points of various Gu immortals. Dongfang clan's Jade Pool blessed land, Murong clan's Yin Yang blessed land, Guan clan's Shi Huang blessed land, and Tai clan's Iron Eagle blessed land were all the same. Even the number 1 demonic path force in Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain blessed land, was the same. The demonic path Gu immortals contributed a portion of their blessed land, finally piecing together Snowy Mountain blessed land and moving in it. The Snowy Mountain peak that each of them occupied was the portion of land they contributed. As the first peak master, old ancestor Shui, who had his own rank 8 immortal aperture, grotto heaven. The 3rd branch peak's lord, Fairy Li Shan, also had her own immortal aperture. A Gu immortal's personal immortal aperture was an important place. It contained countless resources. It was very private. In most cases, they wouldn't let outsiders in. Once it suffered damage, the losses would be quite heavy. Among them, there were some special cases. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. The immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. A portion of it would collapse every once in a while. It could not be pieced back together. Thus, in the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance's headquarters were not immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was in Dark Flow Giant City. This kind of headquarters was much weaker than the headquarters of the Blessed Lands. This was one of the reasons why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than superpowers. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Feng Yuan's group to find the Jade Pool Paradise, a blessed land that was pieced together like this. Usually, they would be planted on the ground to absorb earth chi and stabilize the space inside. At the same time, it would greatly delay the arrival of every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I am very clear about the location of this Jade blessed land. If it hadn't moved, it should be in the southeast direction. If we fly at this speed, we will only need an hour. Fairy Li Shan took the lead and flew in front. It should still be there. The lair of a superpower like this played an important role among the various superpowers. It was the central symbol that divided the territory of influence. They usually don't migrate easily. He Lulan had an excited expression. This time, Dongfang Naganori miscalculated. He actually dared to destroy himself and sacrifice Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. To fulfill his wish, Feng Yuan followed behind the 2 girls, not saying a word. As he flew at high speed, he was met with a strong gust of wind. The wind whistled past his ears. In Feng Yuan's mind, he was recalling his previous life's memories. From his previous life's perspective, he knew very little about Dongfang Naganori's matter. He knew very little. In his previous life, it was unknown whether Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang or not. But at least Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. He Lulan won and came out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She went against the rules and changed the system, dying suddenly. In the end, Ma Hongyin stepped onto the stage of history. After that, Ma Hongyin led the army and became the lord of the Imperial Court. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured alive by Dongfang tribe. In the end, Ma Hongyan's luck was too great. He actually instigated Dongfang Yuliang's sister, Dongfang Qingyu. Not only did Dongfang Qingyu secretly let him go, she even told Ma Hongyan the secret of 3 hearts combination soul, causing Ma Hongyan to win again and Dongfang tribe to lose. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. He had a different view. If in my previous life, Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang, then Dongfang Qingyu might not be doing this because of Ma Hongyan. She might have sensed something and wanted to take revenge for her brother. After all, Dongfang Qingyu and Dongfang Yuliang were blood-related siblings. They supported each other and staggered along the way. No matter how Dongfang Naganori put on a show, after a long time he would be exposed in front of his close relatives. But maybe Dongfang Naganori failed in his previous life. He might have succeeded, but the effect was not good. Dongfang Yuliang was still a mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court, Blessed Land, Northern Plains' situation had undergone a huge change. At least in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals like Dongfang Wanqiu and Dongfang Yikong were still alive. But now they were all sacrificed. This change in the situation led to a change in Central Continent's situation. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. It could be predicted that in the future, the other 3 regions would also have some changes. The advantage of rebirth is getting smaller. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The stronger he got, the greater the influence he had. There was a butterfly effect. Fang Yuan was no longer a butterfly now, he was an eagle. About an hour later, they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. What they saw was out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When the entrance was closed, it could not be detected by the naked eye. But now there was a huge hole. They could see the situation inside the Blessed Land. At the same time, explosions and sounds of fighting could be heard. Someone got here first. Hei Lolan's gaze focused. It seems that they have just broken the hole and entered. I had an agreement with Dongfang Naganori, but I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fairy Lishan said. Fang Yuan had the highest battle strength among the 3. He walked to the front and shouted, "Let's go in first!" The 3 entered the hole and entered Jade Pool Blessed Land. There was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic path Gu immortals were fighting against the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense battle. It seems that we came at the right time. Hei Lulan relaxed, but her tone sank. It is Pai Shuehan. So it turned out. Ever since Pai Shuehan was hit by Kenyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, he could not get rid of it, and was afraid that others would attack him. He could only escape. While escaping, he gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that his clothes were completely undamaged in the fire. Pai Shuehan was enlightened. After thinking for a while, he realized, this life-chasing flame only burns things that are alive, but his own clothes are dead. Thus, they were not harmed. And he had been using healing killer moves. His life force was growing instead, causing his clothes to be burned. After figuring out the answer, Pai Shuehan changed his strategy. He restrained all the life force in his body and extinguished the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to rejoin the Taichio battlefield. On the way back, he saw a few people secretly leaving. They were rank 6 demonic path Gu immortals who wanted to take advantage of him. Pai Shuehan was astute. Seeing that these people were following him, he immediately understood their intentions. Anger surged in his heart. He taught them a lesson. The demonic path Gu immortals worked together, but were not Pai Shuehan's match at rank 7. Just as Pai Shuehan was venting his anger, there was a commotion from the battle. 2 rank 6 peak stage demonic path Gu immortals appeared. They were Chia Shermin of Enslavement Path and Half Moon Brute Master of Moon Path. These 2 had a good relationship with one of the demonic path Gu immortals. They tried to mediate. They also persuaded Pai Shuihan not to go to Taichio. They might as well go to Dongfang tribe's base. Pai Shuihan was wary of life chasing fire to begin with. He also heard from Half Moon Brutemaster that he had an immortal goo that could pierce space and enter Jade Pool, blessed land. Pai Shuihan thought of Free Scholar and the unfathomable trio of Fong Yuan. Even if he got the wisdom path inheritance, it would only be incomplete and had low value. There was little chance of him using it. He decided to change his direction and charge towards Jade Pool, blessed land with the other demonic path Gu Immortals. When they arrived at Jade Pool blessed land, Half Moon Brutemaster used his method and created a path. Everyone killed their way in, intending to make a quick profit before running away, knowing when to stop. But they found that there were no Gu Immortals obstructing them, just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts guarding the blessed land. Fong Yuan and the rest came in. Seeing 3 black-robed Gu Immortals coming in to take advantage of the situation, the closest enslavement path Gu Immortal, Cheshire immediately attacked. At his will, 3 desolate beast birds flew out of his immortal aperture and surrounded them. Who are you? I spent so much effort to create a path. You want to take advantage of this situation. Half Moon Brutemaster shouted as he slashed with his arm, using a killer move. Pai Shuihan saw Fong Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a headache. It's the 3 of them. Why did they come? He knew how powerful Fong Yuan was, but he still attacked. Before attacking, these people had already made an agreement to work together. If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shuihan was slightly slower. Even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength. He could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic path Gu Immortals, when they saw Fong Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shuihan had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds. They acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack. They were powerless. Hee good. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast bird and squeezed. The desolate beast bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the Half Moon Berserker and Pai Shuihan as if they were twigs. Cheshire and Half Moon Brutemaster did not know about this. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded, they were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength. Where did this expert come from? After Fong Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shuihan. At the same time he shouted, Pai Shuihan, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough. As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shuihan a lesson. He was very arrogant. Chapter 803. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He was furious. He was a famous expert. It had been a long time since Fong Yuan made such a ruckus. Pai Shuihan did not want to show weakness, but just as he wanted to attack and retaliate against Fong Yuan, Fairy Lishan flew over, revealing her rank 7 aura. Hei Lulan was at the side, activating several immortal Gu without concealment. This was clearly a situation where 3 people were attacking him. Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched. He gritted his teeth and stopped attacking. He had no choice but to stop, because right now he did not have someone like Free Scholar with him. He was alone, but the other side had the advantage in numbers. Pai Shuihan could not regain his face. He snorted coldly while dealing with the desolate beast, saying to Fong Yuan, "Didn't all of you come here? Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I am a pushover? I am looking at the big picture. I have a long-term vision. I do not want to argue with a brute like you. There are huge benefits in front of me. If I fight you endlessly, it will be too late to regret after I miss this opportunity. Even though the desolate beasts were fierce and fierce, Pai Shui-han's strength was undeniably high. He fought while also conversing with Fang Yuan and the rest. On the other side, Jie Shimin and Half-Moon Barbaric Commander paled in comparison. Fairy Li Shan laughed, standing in the air. She purposely said in a hoarse voice, "That makes sense. Now is not the time to fight. Why don't we kill them and take Jade Pool-blessed land for ourselves?" Fang Yuan purposely shouted in dissatisfaction. He Lulan cooperated well, retorting, "There is not enough time. Do you think we are the only ones who want this floor? Since we can come, the others are not fools. The onlookers were not fools, and there would probably be more people coming. And Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. How can he not make preparations in his base?" Fairy Li Shan also said, "Let's leave it like this. How many times have I told you? Number 7. You have to control your temper." Fairy Li Shan purposely shouted with a lecturing tone. Fang Yuan snorted, as if he was obeying her orders. The three of them had worked together several times, and now that they had a tacit understanding of each other, their performance was flawless. Pai Shui-han could not help but feel even more fearful. On the other side, Jie Shimin and the Half-Moon Brute Master looked at each other. At the same time, he was bewildered. Where did this force come from? Such a character. And he's only in the 7th position, not the leader? Brother Pai, Jadan Paradise is so big. It's not something that can be monopolized by either of us. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited. A long night is fraught with trouble. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui-han didn't want to fight with them. Seeing that there was a way out, he tried to save some face and said reluctantly, "Fine, I'll let you guys participate. We've already set a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. There must be a lot of good stuff, and whoever finds it first gets to keep it. It was a stalemate. It could be traded. If we can't, we'll go by strength." Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rule was this? There were no rules. There was no difference between them. Demonic Path Gu Masters never trusted each other. Such a rule. It was full of demonic style and had no restrictions. Of course, earlier, Pai Shui-han and Jie Shimin's rules were definitely not just like this. There should be a rule to split the loot according to cultivation level. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Pai Shui-han was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had the strongest battle strength. He had to protect his own benefits. But times had changed. Fang Yuan and the rest were stronger now. Pai Shui-han was at a disadvantage. He was not stupid enough to suggest such a rule. Jie Shimin and the Half-Moon Brute Master were stunned. They were filled with regret. Why were they in such a hurry? They did not care about the situation. Enslavement Path, Gu Immortal Jie Shimin saw that the two sides had reached an agreement. He had no choice but to say, "Sir, please return my 3 desolate birds." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These good-looking but useless trash, I will return them to you." As he said that, he casually let go of the 3 desolate beast birds, as if they were not worth mentioning. Jie Shimin was filled with anger. He felt unbearable. These desolate beast birds had weak battle strength, but they were easy to control. There was only one beast enslavement Immortal Gu, but there were many ways to control desolate beasts. Wisdom Path, Water Path, Fire Path, and others were all interconnected. Jie Shimin naturally had methods that he did not use. Once he activated them, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fang Yuan's side was too ferocious. It would be better if they fought him. But Fang Yuan went to find trouble with Pai Shui-han. He did not even look at them. The 2 demonic path Gu immortals did not know the details of Fang Yuan's group, but they knew how powerful Pai Shui-han was. Even Pai Shui-han was restrained. He was at a disadvantage. How could they dare to attack? Thus, Jie Shimin was intimidated. He did not dare to attack even before the battle began. He did not say a word to Fang Yuan's mockery. He endured it silently, not daring to say a word. In fact, Fairy Lishan was an information path cultivator. Her battle strength was average among rank 7s. He Lulan lost myriad self. She did not have a true immortal killer move. Her battle strength had fallen. She could only be considered a middle tier, rank 6 at most. If Fang Yuan fought with Pai Shuihan, as time went on, he would also be at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Fang Yuan's side was actually weaker. But the first was to attack schemes, the second was to attack allies, the third was to attack the city. Fang Yuan's group focused on attacking the enemy's mind. They wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. The strength system might differ from world to world, or they might be very different. But philosophy was universal. No matter which world, the principle of attacking schemes was true knowledge. Only those with brains would want to fight and kill all day long. As long as one had some understanding of politics, they would know that war was just a method, an extension of politics. And the foundation of politics was economics. Economics was benefits, in other words. Everything was a struggle for benefits. To Fang Yuan, coldness, arrogance, lowliness, and arrogance were just masks. They were tools to gain benefits. The two sides discussed and decided to cooperate. The desolate beasts in Jade, Pool, blessed land. They were already at a disadvantage and had no one to command them. Right now, on the demonic path, Gu Immortal side. With new reinforcements, they were quickly defeated. Some died, some were injured, and some escaped. Ha ha ha, let's kill our way in. Fang Yuan purposely laughed wildly, flying into the depths of Jade, Pool, blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land's vast land was filled with deep pools of all sizes. These deep pools and small lakes intersected with each other. There were tens of thousands of them. They were like the stars in the sky, extremely beautiful. The terrain of the blessed land was very messy. It was extremely messy, with each jade pond as the center point, radiating in all directions. Some were grasslands, some were surrounded by trees. Some were in valleys, some were in swamps and rotten land. What a great, blessed land! Fang Yuan could not help but exclaim. Following behind him, He Lulan was silent, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Lishan had already been here. She smiled as she introduced. Every jade pool here is unique. They have different water quality. They can nurture countless water tribes, raise guworm groups, or create environments. They can store the corresponding resources. Dongfang Naganori had his own unique management philosophy. During his time in power, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea. After they produced results in Jade Pool Blessed Land, they would sell them in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, they were very popular. Even in jewel yellow skies, the Eastern tribe was famous for their shoals of fish and aquatic plants. Although they cannot compare to Eastern Sea's superforces, they have their own specialties. Hearing this, He Lulan realized something. She was eager to try. That means every pool here is a place where resources are stored. Ha ha ha! There are actually so many crystal essence water plants. They're suitable for my blessed land. I can save a lot of expenses. Not far away, a demonic path Gu Immortal had already occupied a pool. He was laughing loudly. We need to split up. If we stay together, others will be suspicious. Fang Yuan transmitted. All right, we will be able to plunder more if we split up. But we need to keep in contact and look out for each other. Not mentioning Pai Shuihan's group, Dongfang Naganori might have set up a trap here. I will be leaving first. He Lulan changed directions, leaving Fang Yuan and Fairy Lishan. She flew towards a pool at the bottom left. This child. Fairy Lishan looked at He Lulan's departing figure. She sighed and said to Fang Yuan, I made the alliance agreement back then. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. I can't even touch these resources, but I can play a little bit of the game. I will scout the surroundings for you, If there are any rare resources, I will inform you too. Okay. Fang Yuan's reply was concise. He suddenly saw a pool. The water was clear. There seemed to be a layer of oil floating on the surface. The size of the pool mouth was larger than the surrounding pools. I will go too. Fang Yuan's body flickered. He flew down like lightning. Fairy Li Shan flew into the sky, her figure soon disappearing into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shuihan saw Fang Yuan's group split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and turned towards the pool. Fairy Li Shan flew to the cloud. She used whole earth goo and sent a secret message to He Lulan. Quick! Jade Pool Blessed Land has two great treasures. One is Thatched Hut, the other is Minuscule Mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal goo house. It has both offense and defense. It is good at storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. It is home to one of the variant humans, the Mini-Man tribe. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of great help to our future cultivation. He Lulan immediately replied, I have heard of these two treasures. But, Aunt, how can you be sure that these two are in Jade Pool Blessed Land? Fairy Li Shan smiled and replied, I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe many times. I know some of their internal affairs. Thatched Hut contains the public resources of Dongfang tribe. Even Dongfang Naganori cannot take them away. As for Minuscule Mountain, don't look down on it because it is small. It is a true mountain. It needs to absorb earth chi to stabilize the mountain. It cannot be taken away easily. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori has made an alliance agreement with the Righteous Path. With Minuscule Mountain guarding here, the alliance agreement is the most restrictive. Of course, these two treasures can also be secretly moved away. But the possibility is not high. Even if it is small, we still have to try. There are tens of thousands of jade ponds, and the thatched hut might be in the same place as last time. Just follow my instructions and sneak over there, Piao Tinji said. Chapter 804. He Lulan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied, Little Aunt, don't worry. I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground. In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the blood stains and continued to send a secret message to He Lulan. All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals, especially that fellow Fang Yuan. He is extremely shrewd and scheming. Even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching. You need to be on guard against him. Of course. He Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel-yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel-yellow skies would take a lot of fees. It was not worth it. If jewel-yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep. It was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth chi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while, they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then, they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain. They needed specific gu worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this, he also knew in Eastern Sea there was a small group of outstanding gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Gu worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their gu worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fang Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time, he had come into contact with an old gu master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old gu master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fang Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fang Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. If this was before the auction, Fang Yuan would not have been able to do anything. But after the auction, he had the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water, which specialized in dealing with water. Wouldn't it be easy to obtain oil? Although the oil is precious, it is not an immortal material. Using immortal gu pulling water to collect it is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. If not for the fact that this pool has a large portion of oil, I will be participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be the best time to use the oil. Otherwise, I would not take it. Fang Yuan needed to expend green grape immortal essence to activate the immortal gu. The value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than the oil. If not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan might have left already. At this moment, Fang Yuan was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. The oil was continuously pouring into his immortal aperture. He turned his body slightly and looked towards He Lulan. There was no movement from He Lulan's side. She seemed to have gone to another pool. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's tricks, but he was not anxious. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know about Thatched Hut and Minuscule Mountain? In fact, he knew even more than Fairy Li Shan. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions War, all kinds of immortal gu houses fought and caused many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves were easily countered and countered, but immortal gu houses had both offense and defense. Even if they had different specialties, they had no weaknesses in other aspects. Especially in immortal gu houses, the more gu immortals they carried, the stronger they would be. They could rampage on the battlefield and were almost unstoppable fortresses of war. If Thatched Hut could be found so easily, it would not be Thatched Hut. Fang Yuan collected all the oil under his feet and flew towards another pool. After collecting several resources that were similar to oil and water, Fang Yuan finally found a deep pool with a beast group inside, causing his eyes to shine. Sensing that Fang Yuan had forcefully invaded their territory, wolf howls resounded everywhere as tens of thousands of shark fin wolves rushed out of the pool, forming into a formation and eyeing Fang Yuan, who was in the air like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan had used some of these shark fin wolves when he was disguised as Wolf King Chang Shanin. They were very useful. They were the size of elephants, amphibious, and were one of the few wolf groups that could fight underwater. They had extremely strong defense. Their bodies were covered in smooth crocodile skin armor, and sharp, dark blue fins grew on both sides of their bodies. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back, These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fang Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fang Yuan's interest. Fang Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching, its mouth open wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement and mortal goo, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement and mortal goo. It was kept in Langya blessed land. Using this goo to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Fang Yuan did not have beast enslavement and mortal goo. Other enslavement path goo immortals naturally did not have it either. But when goo immortals use goo, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement and mortal goo. For example, Flying Bear Phantom Goo was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path, Wisdom Path, and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichio? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of Goo masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself, and it could be released to kill enemies. He Fingyang's 9-palace crane, Little Nine, in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement and mortal goo. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Fang Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack 2 strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Fang Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Fang Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Fang Yuan did not dodge or evade. 2 strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the 2 strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful, desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air and was still some distance away from its target, Fang Yuan, when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the two strength path giant hands. It twisted its body, but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur. Tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand, a total of 5, flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Fang Yuan's body was not big. He was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Brutemaster heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fang Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fang Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate, but he had surpassed a great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious. How could they leave them for a desolate beast? However, the shark fin wolf was beaten up by Fang Yuan. It could not even raise its head, but it still had a stubborn attitude. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and decided to increase his strength. He willed, for strength path giant hands grabbed the shark fin wolf's front and back limbs, and then directly lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was beaten into a miserable state. Its whole body was stretched out in the shape of a big character. Its 4 legs were ruthlessly grabbed by the strength path giant hands. The sound of leg bones shattering could be heard. The remaining strength path giant hand was in the shape of a palm, slapping the desolate beast shark fin wolf's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. The huge wolf's head swung left and right rapidly under the repeated heavy blows of the palm. The howls of the wolf group below immediately became louder. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, and there were already wolf groups fleeing at the edges. This is a real beating. Cold sweat seeped out of Half Moon Brutemaster's shiny forehead when he saw this. Fang Yuan's ferocious might was at its peak. It could not help but make people tremble in fear. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost beaten into a pile of soft mud. Its howls had changed, but its barely opened eyes still revealed a stubborn gaze, filled with bone-deep hatred. Wolves had always been a fierce beast that held a grudge, still not giving in. Fang Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. Obeying the strong was a beast's survival instinct, according to common sense. Such a huge gap in strength should have made the desolate beast shark fin wolf given long ago. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He made another discovery. So that's how it is. This shark fin wolf is in heat. It's the time when its manliness is at its strongest. No wonder it's so tough. His mind turned, and he suddenly had a strange idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed from the shape of a palm. The giant hand slowly bent its middle finger and merged with its thumb. Then Half Moon Brute Master saw from afar. This strength path giant hand slowly sank, sinking between the legs of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Suddenly, the thumb relaxed slightly, and the middle finger flicked out. It accurately hit the male wolf's genitals. Awoo! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook as if it was struck by lightning, its eyes almost popping out. It raised its head and howled, its voice filled with boundless pain. Snap, snap, snap. Awoo, awoo, awoo! The shark fin wolf sang loudly, its pitch getting higher and higher. In the distance, Half Moon Brute Master gaped at this shocking scene with his mouth wide open. This. He stammered, unable to speak. Although he understood that this was Fang Yuan subduing the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he had never seen or heard of such a method. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image in the Half Moon Brute Master's heart underwent a huge change. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His original appearance could not be seen. But in the hearts of outsiders, they naturally had their own speculations. Originally, in the Half Moon Brute Master's heart, Fang Yuan was the image of a wild and fierce brawny man, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His eyes bulged out, glinting fiercely as if he wanted to devour someone. Now this image had changed. The image of a brawny man was gone. The tiger's back and the bear's waist were at most wolf's back and wasp's waist. His eyes were vicious, his white teeth bared, revealing a perverted and crazy aura. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it completely surrendered. The strength of the hand loosened, and it was smashed to the ground, motionless. Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its two front paws covering between its two hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fang Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the Half Moon Brute Master in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The Half Moon Brute Master naturally could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning, hot body. The Half Moon Brute Master felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel. He's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult. Life is not easy. The Half Moon Brute Master swallowed his saliva, and with a flash he quickly went far away with a hint of fleeing. Floating astronomy. Chapter 805. Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf and stored it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mind had already collapsed. It soon fell unconscious and could not control the shark fin wolf group. Fang Yuan did not have any good methods. He could only let those ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was a pity. Capturing the desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a great harvest. Next, he continued to search around. But the deep pools he encountered were all ordinary resources. Although there was a lot of them, there was nothing to write home about. Dongfang tribe's headquarters definitely had many good things. But there were thousands of deep pools. Fang Yuan's scouting range was not wide, moreover. There were demonic path Gu immortals competing in the surroundings. How much he could plunder depended on his luck. Not long after, his luck came again. He saw a deep pool. What was stored in this deep pool was not water, but fire. The fire was burning fiercely. This was a unique fire pool. After Fang Yuan used several scouting methods, he found a group of long snakes and fierce beasts living in this deep pool. Fang Yuan identified them and found they were eerie fire dragon pythons. Adult eerie fire dragon pythons were huge at least 100 feet long. Their bodies were as thick as towers. The eerie fire dragon pythons had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on their heads, and a pair of bloodshot eyes. The snake's tongue was a strange purple color, and when it moved back and forth, one could see eerie blue flames coiling around the tongue. This was a snake nest, although there were no desolate, beast-level eerie fire dragon pythons. There were a lot of them. The pythons were simply piled up together. The snakes wriggled, looking somewhat horrifying. Feng Yuan, however, felt his heart pounding. The eerie fire dragon python's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood. It was the best food to feed some blood-path goo worms. Python skin, python tendons, and so on were excellent materials to refine many goo worms. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Eerie fire dragon pythons have always lived in a small family. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to let so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. Although this method is small, it is quite effective. It's extremely easy for the eerie fire dragon python to reproduce. Feng Yuan was able to see some clues. Come to think of it, when he was in Imperial Court, Blessed Land, he obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs. Now that it had successfully hatched, the newly born eerie fire dragon pythons lived in immortal Blessed Land. But because there were too few of them, Feng Yuan had always looked down on them. If he could get his hands on such a group of eerie fire dragon pythons, a large number of them were raised in immortal Blessed Land. From now on, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of dark fire snake galls and sell them in jewel yellow skies, which could be considered a small income. Although Feng Yuan was in the guts goo business, he quickly estimated the profits from selling the eerie fire snake gall and was slightly moved. Action was better than action. Feng Yuan acted swiftly, immediately sending out a strength path giant hand to grab it. He still couldn't control his strength. Many eerie fire dragon pythons were crushed to death by the strength path giant hands. After all, the variation of this move was based on the characteristics of great power and heavy power. It was rather lacking in the area of fine control. He grabbed dozens of handfuls. There were still many eerie fire dragon pythons in the pool. He gradually became impatient. He lacked an effective method to collect them, so he could only act rashly. But now time was limited. Feng Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way and saw many mortal goo masters from time to time. Some of these goo masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks, and so on. After Feng Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden goo masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Feng Yuan. It was just that Feng Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shuihan and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with goo immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, goo immortals were extremely rare. They were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, goo immortals also faced the pressure of survival. They were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, goo immortals were just legends. They did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were the core of Dongfang tribe. They knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance. They scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's goo immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic path goo immortals like Feng Yuan cared more about benefits. They could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fang Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious. He started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fang Yuan kept his guard up, according to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature. It was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool-blessed land. As he flew further away, Fang Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60. They were not far from each other. They were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fang Yuan's mind moved. His body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first. The regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast. You actually want to keep it all to yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he saw two demonic path Gu immortals standing at the edge of a pool. They were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Seeing Fang Yuan fly over, these two demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They quickly stopped arguing and stood side by side. Senior, my apologies, the regretful spiders here were discovered by us two brothers. According to the rules, one of them immediately spoke, his face full of vigilance and nervousness. I heard rumors that there is a pool in the northwest direction. There are large numbers of air bubble fish inside. Several Gu immortals are fighting over them. The other tried to divert the trouble. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his expression extremely fierce. You too want me to leave like this? The moment he said that, two strength path giant hands flew out. They floated to the left and right of Fang Yuan. They looked like they were ready to attack. The two demonic path Gu immortals saw this, and their expressions turned ashen. At the same time, they were inwardly complaining incessantly. They had personally witnessed Fang Yuan's ferocity not long ago. Even Pai Shuihan was suppressed. They were only at the bottom of rank 6, facing such a powerful Fang Yuan. Once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be dire. But the scale of the resources behind them was too huge. Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. One of the demonic path Gu immortals braced himself and said, Senior, we were the first to discover this resource. This is an indisputable fact. When you and Lord Pai Shuihan set the rules, we were there. My demonic path has always been unbridled. Why would we care about rules? We care about rules in everything. Why don't you join the righteous path? Moreover, who do you think you are? Only Pai Shuihan has the qualifications to talk about rules with me. Fang Yuan's aura was fierce. The two strength path giant hands slowly moved forward, showing off their might. The two demonic path Gu immortals were directly lectured by Fang Yuan. They did not dare to make a sound, but they were reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly said, Senior, these regretful spiders are very useful to me. I have been searching for them bitterly. Why don't I use an equivalent piece of information to exchange for it? Oh, what information? Fang Yuan slowly stopped his strength path giant hands. This information is related to Minuscule Mountain. The demonic path Gu immortal who spoke just now spoke bluntly. Minuscule Mountain, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, threatening again. All right, I will exchange with you. I hope your information is true. Otherwise, true, it is definitely true. Junior came from that direction. With Junior's cultivation level, I could not break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it was simply left for you. Saying so, this demonic path Gu immortal transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan, telling him the details of the information. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit after hearing it. He said slowly, All right, I will listen to this information for now, whether it is true or not. I still need to verify it. You want to give me all the regretful spiders you just obtained. Senior, the demonic path Gu immortal stared with wide eyes. his face turning red from anger. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly, saying as if it was a matter of course, "How do I know if your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are my guarantee. Don't worry, I only want these, the rest is yours." "Senior, you want 20% of the total regretful spiders here with just one sentence." The demonic path Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The other demonic path, Gu Immortal, stood at the side, laughing inwardly. If Fong Yuan wanted the regretful spiders in the deep pool, he would definitely cooperate with the extorted demonic path Gu Immortal to resist Fong Yuan. But now, Fong Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket. This was different. The regretful spiders in the immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten. It was hard to spit them out. They belonged to the Gu Immortal. The indifferent demonic path Gu Immortal saw that Fong Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the Gu Immortal's situation beside him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal saw that the person beside him did not move. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river. It was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. "All right, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry. Time is pressing." Fong Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I?" The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. "What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old. Do I still need to deceive you two juniors?" Fong Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, two strength path giant hands flew out. Chapter 806. A total of 4 strength path giant hands floated in the air. Female sign, the 2 demonic path Gu Immortals could not help but take a step back. The mental pressure that Fong Yuan gave them was too great. The situation was weaker than the person. What could they do? The demonic path Gu Immortal's expression fluctuated, but he still admitted defeat and handed over the regretful spiders to Fong Yuan. After Fong Yuan took them, he immediately flew away, not continuing the fight. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. The one who was extorted had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at Fong Yuan's departing figure and cursed. "This old demon, I look forward to seeing you die there." "Hush! Hush! How can you be sure he has no listening methods? Be careful. He might come back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path, Gu Immortal, quickly waved his hand and advised. The 2 glanced at each other, stunned, but quickly reacted and flew away, pulling apart some distance. At the next moment, the 2 competed intensely, attacking the deep pool without saying a word, using all their strength to plunder the regretful spiders inside. Minuscule mountain, crimson, see ha. Fong Yuan flew straight, rapidly approaching the location mentioned in the information. He had not planned to plunder the regretful spiders because he lacked an effective method to capture them. The regretful spiders had little value to him. He had already given up on the plan. To think that after extortion, not only did he save time, he immediately obtained a large batch of regretful spiders. He even obtained an important piece of information. Fong Yuan guessed in private, feeling that this information was quite reliable. Mini-Man were a type of variant humans. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of Mini-Mans, their foundation. This was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Mini-Mans had thin, transparent wings on their backs, usually only the size of a finger. They lived by plucking nectar or sucking the juices of plants. Every type of variant human, they all had special abilities that made them stronger than humans. For example, hairy men were naturally skilled at gu refinement. Rock men lived underground and were skilled at mining. Rock men even had all kinds of ores growing on their bodies. Snowmen were resistant to the cold. Ink men were knowledgeable. Mini-Mans were skilled at cultivating plants. Where they lived, the vegetation would be lush and the flowers would bloom all year round. The 4 seasons never wither. More importantly, although Fengsuan Mountain is small, it is a genuine mountain. It requires a large amount of earthen qi to stabilize the mountain. Such a legendary mountain was a huge burden in the immortal aperture. Gu immortals cannot carry it with them all the time. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not owned by a Gu immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu immortal's immortal aperture was inside the body. The amount of heaven and earth qi inside was limited. If minuscule mountain was stored in such an immortal aperture for a long time, it would be destroyed. It would absorb a large amount of earth qi to maintain the legendary mountain, causing the immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi to become unbalanced. Thus, Mount Inner Heart spent most of its time. They all landed in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Why? Because Jade Pool Blessed Land was planted on the ground all year round. It was constantly absorbing the endless heaven and earth qi of northern plains. He didn't fear the burden of Mount Inner Heart at all. It was the same for Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain needed to absorb earth energy. Otherwise, the mountain would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was planted on Tian Ti Mountain. It was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. It was not afraid of Dang Hun Mountain's expenditure. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Gu immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the immortal aperture's small world, beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fang Yuan. Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fang Yuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool, they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here, they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fang Yuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope, she said to He Lulan. Fang Yuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves, he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by. Oh, He Lulan had suffered at Fang Yuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fang Yuan. Sure enough, at the next moment, Fang Yuan slowly descended from the sky. Quickly approaching them, his target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered. Her expression sank. Fang Yuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary. It was not eye-catching. But Fang Yuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path, Gu Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Gu immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fang Yuan activated his defenses and was about to enter when two figures appeared not far away. Fang Yuan, wait. Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you too. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue, but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end, he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Gu immortal. She had thick skin, she continued. That's right. This place was named Captivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. In the deep sea of flowers, there were beautiful purples and reds. The flowers were fragrant. Tens of thousands of purple poison heart, rotting flowers were about to bloom. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze, slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He only said there were illusion realm peach trees, but did not mention the quantity. As for the grass on the ground and purple poison heart, rotting flowers, they were not even mentioned. Grass on the ground was very ordinary, but there were so many of them. There was definitely grass on the ground Gu. This would path Gu only had one effect. It could make living beings fall asleep instantly. Purple poison heart, rotting flowers, would often produce a kind of heart-rotting Gu. This Gu was colorless and formless. It was a trace of fragrance that could intoxicate people, but it could corrode their hearts. But these were just inconveniences to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path and did not have any defensive methods in his strength path cultivation, but he had an immortal zombie body. He was very resistant to poison. In his body, there was also a poison path immortal Gu woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw that although Fang Yuan was listening attentively, his expression was indifferent. So she said, "There are many of them, but to us Gu immortals, they are only slightly troublesome. But the truth is, in the illusion realm peach forest, there is a peach wolf group. There are close to 30 of them. And this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation. At the deepest part is Minuscule Mountain. There are Gu immortals guarding Minuscule Mountain. Their auras are uncertain. Their numbers are unknown." Fang Yuan was moved. Peach Wolf was a desolate beast. It had rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. A group of peach wolves. It was like a group of Gu immortals. Minuscule Mountain was the base of the mini-man. The Gu immortals on the mountain were mini-man Gu immortals, no matter how many there were. Just one was a problem. Desolate beasts had low intelligence, but variant human Gu immortals did not lose to human Gu immortals, whether they had intelligence or not. Their threat was on a completely different level. Fang Yuan realized, no wonder the two girls were hiding outside. He sized up the two in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze was shrewd and sharp. He immediately found that even though Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had been dealt with, he could still see some traces of intense battle. Fairy Li Shan is a wood path Gu immortal. Needless to say, Minuscule Mountain and the Mini-Man tribe are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like captivating sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength far exceeds her normal state. They charged into the depths of the flower sea, but were still forced back. Captivating sea's defense is tight. It far exceeds my most optimistic estimate. Fang Yuan did not change his expression. Lightning flashed in his shrewd mind. He could see through the surface and think of many truths. Fang Yuan, if you act alone, you will not have much effect. Earlier, we took advantage of their carelessness to find a gap in the Peach Wolf group and sneak in. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses inside are definitely tight. Only if we work together can we take down this fat piece of meat. He Lulan urged. Fairy Li Shan also added, "Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal Gu pulling mountain. We can cooperate. I am determined to obtain Minuscule Mountain. Don't worry, with my foundation, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." Fang Yuan did not agree immediately. He lowered his head and fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, he shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this fat piece of meat is the hardest bone. Minuscule Mountain is good, but time is limited. I do not want to fight to the death here. I urge you too to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside. It is easy to take them. Why take the risk? What? Fang Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading. Fang Yuan, since we found Minuscule Mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended. and most importantly, there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place, even if we have all the demonic path Gu immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, saying, Fang Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is minuscule mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire jade, pool-blessed land. Ha ha ha, Fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Fang Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop! The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His face was covered. He stood proudly in the sky. There were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared after entering the water. It did not dare to fight Fang Yuan. It swam deeper into the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal Gu pulling water. Fang Yuan's body shook. He stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up. It was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen. It was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it. They raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was excited. He started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal Gu. It was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed Gu worms. In the jewel yellow skies, Gu immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now it is mine, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated Pulling Water Immortal Gu without stopping for a moment. Thankfully, he had Pulling Water Immortal Gu. Otherwise, he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam, bam, bam. Far away, the sounds of Gu immortals fighting could be heard. As Fang Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking Captivating Sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Inner Heart. In this world, things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice, especially Fengsuan Mountain. It was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal Gu was Mountain Pledge Gu. It was an information path, Gu immortal. But looking at their battle, they mostly used wood path methods. It was evident that he cultivated wood path. His immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in The Legends of Rin Zoo increased the attractiveness of Minuscule Mountain. But to take away Fengsuan Mountain, how could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult, and the hope was very slim. That demonic path, Gu Immortal told this information to Feng Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already Gu Immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of Captivating Sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge. How could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path Gu Immortals had their own way of doing things. Feng Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Taichio, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path Gu Immortals, how could Dongfang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over Minuscule Mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great, so great that the Gu Immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Feng Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water. Its eyes were red as it attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had expected this. For Strength Path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Feng Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured, desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Feng Yuan's strength path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Feng Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads. But Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool-blessed land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources, and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lulan's side was still coming from afar. But Feng Yuan did not even look back. He flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They're known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dongfang tribe has more than 10 literature carps. Feng Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were rare in number. They were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu Immortals could not catch them without specific methods. They could only watch and sigh. Feng Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool. They were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu Immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu Immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but he was fearless against Feng Yuan. "Who are you?" Feng Yuan's expression did not change. This junior is Zhou Qian. The demonic path, Gu Immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring. You actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me. The demonic path, Gu Immortal, Zhou Qian laughed. Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior. But Junior has some attainments in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Free Scholar, Hei Cheng, and female immortal Lu Yao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant. Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm. He had trump cards. He had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu Immortals who specialized in movement. They were usually undefeatable. They could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown, Eagle Strength, Immortal Gu, and True Solid Bat Wings, it was not an immortal killer move. He was still inferior to Zhou Qian. Very good. Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Fang Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this, and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone, Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal. Junior does not have many requests. Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words. He moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu Immortal for no reason. He did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's words hit Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping, flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small. There were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish. They had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish. They were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right. They only floated up and down like balloons in the water. Fang Yuan had raised this fish before. It was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fang Yuan had a hard time. He was short of funds. He had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms. A portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all Gu Immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small in terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies. It is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path Gu Immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated Pulling Water Immortal Gu and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's 3rd most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves! You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight! At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shouts spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded. Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind! Chapter 808. As it turned out in Taichio Battlefield, after Fang Yuan and the rest left, Dongfang Naganori gradually suppressed his internal threat. The battle situation improved. He was astute and astute. Not long after Fang Yuan left, He immediately realized this situation. He immediately guessed that these three mysterious black-robed goo immortals were likely to attack his base. However, he had made arrangements in Jade Pool-blessed land. He was not worried. He was happy to see these demonic path goo immortals split up. He could deal with Free Scholar with ease. But soon, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang tribe's #1 treasure. It was set up by Dongfang Naganori with great care. Even rank 8 goo immortals could last for some time. How could he have lost contact with him without a sound? Dongfang Naganori immediately changed his strategy. He gave up on Taichio battlefield and rushed back to his base. Free Scholar saw that Dongfang Naganori was escaping. He chased after him. Dongfang Naganori did not tell Kenyang Laojun about the final crucial step. The latter followed Dongfang Naganori, fighting as he moved. The two flew while fighting in the sky. The battlefield moved rapidly. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at Jade Pool-blessed land. Thatched Hut was nowhere to be seen. Jade Pool-blessed land was also destroyed. There was a huge hole in it. Seeing that the demonic path goo immortals were plundering resources without restraint, Dongfang Naganori was furious. He saw that enslavement path goo immortal Chiesherman was using a unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's goo masters. Dongfang Naganori was so angry that countless star thoughts emerged from his head, causing his hair to fall off. He was truly seething with anger. Demonic path scoundrel, this is unforgivable. Unforgivable. Dongfang Changfan pointed with his finger, disregarding the huge expenditure of immortal essence. He activated his trump card killer move, Hataru. He Lulan and the rest were still attacking Captivating Sea when they saw countless flying stars raining down. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering in the wind and the stars were dazzling. Such a beautiful scene caused everyone to be extremely vigilant, and they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and changed their attacks. They flew up into the sky and charged towards Dongfang Naganori. The current situation was very different from Taichio. On the battlefield of Taichio, a group of demonic path goo immortals fought intensely and competed with each other for a wisdom path inheritance. However, Dongfang Naganori's possession had left this wisdom path inheritance in his mind. There was little hope of successfully seizing the inheritance. But now, in the vast Jade blessed land, countless resources were open for anyone to take. As long as he killed Dongfang Naganori, he would be able to reap the benefits. Thus, the demonic path goo immortals swept away the restraints of their internal strife and attacked together with high spirits. There was a feeling of unity. The demonic path goo immortals attacked together. Dongfang Naganori's expression turned ugly as he felt immense pressure. Blocking left and right, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Kill him. The whole of Jade blessed land will be ours. Half Moon Brute Master shouted. Besides this Jade blessed land, there is also that old scoundrel Dongfang's wisdom path inheritance. That is the #1 wisdom path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock flying immortal, Hirua's eyes shined brightly. I can even give up on the wisdom path inheritance. I only want his possession method. Pai Shuehan had a cold expression. His hands did not stop moving. His attacks were like an avalanche. Dongfang Naganori retreated rapidly, but with Kenyang Laojuan's help, he stabilized his footing. Being suppressed like this, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit. Obtaining a chance to breathe, he raised his head and laughed in anger. I will make all of you die here. The moment he said that, the whole of Jade blessed land shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook. The demonic path goo immortals were shocked to find that their mortal killer moves had all lost their effect. Dongfang Naganori had been the supreme grand elder of the Dongfang tribe for many years and had a lot of authority over the Jade Pool-blessed land. Although Jade Pool-blessed land was a public blessed land and he could not control everything, the authority he had was enough to make Jade Pool-blessed land reject these demonic path Gu immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang tribe. Since Dongfang Naganori was fighting here, he naturally had the geographical advantage. Previously, it was only because the owner wasn't home that the robbers came. The demonic path Gu immortals' attacks immediately weakened. Dongfang Naganori did not follow up with another attack, instead flying down through a gap. He directly swooped down to the forbidden land of Capricorn Sea and broke the illusion. The Sea of Flowers and Peach Forest were in a mess, and the Peach Wolf pack had been killed to the point where only 2 or 3 were left. There were a few wolf corpses that had not been collected in time and had fallen under the peach trees. It was a tragic sight. Dongfang Naganori's heart ached when he saw this. This was the accumulation of so many years of hard work. He endured the pain as he shouted, "Brother Fang, I have protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We made an agreement to watch out for each other. There has never been a day where I was bullied. But now is the moment of life and death for my tribe. I need your help." Dongfang Naganori's voice reverberated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a sharp voice also resounded in the air, replying, "That is how it should be." Saying so, everyone saw a jade-green light shoot up from the sea of Capricorn flowers, landing in Dongfang Yuliang's hand. The jade-green light dissipated and a miniature mountain appeared. It was Minuscule Mountain. "This is Minuscule Mountain." The demon's gazes shined brightly. Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, and the rest, however, had solemn expressions. Hearing the conversation between Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu immortal, Minuscule Mountain did not belong to Dongfang tribe. But the Miniman tribe and Dongfang tribe had an agreement and became allies. To be able to become allies with a super force like Dongfang tribe, the Miniman tribe naturally had the corresponding foundation and strength. With Minuscule Mountain in hand, Dongfang Naganori laughed heartily as he looked at the demonic cultivators with a sharp gaze. He did not hesitate. The anger in his heart urged him to take revenge. "Today is the day you die." Dongfang Naganori held Minuscule Mountain in one hand as he formed hand seals with the other, manipulating Hataru as he charged towards the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight moved, creating a huge blue wave. His robe fluttered, he was like an immortal. His aura surged as the hearts of the demonic path immortals shook. Heavenly flowers dimmed. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice Dragon Lock. Strength Path Giant Hand. Rank 7 battle strength experts attacked together, for Mortal Killer moves attacked Dongfang Naganori at the same time. Mortal Killer moves could not be used. Only Immortal Killer moves were effective. Final Afterglow. Kenyang Lao Jun thought silently as he used them on himself and Dongfang Naganori. Next, he waved his sleeves and threw out Life-Chasing Fire. Life-Chasing Fire attacked Free Scholar, who posed the greatest threat. The latter was forced to retreat. He was in a mess. Free Scholar shouted in anger. This had happened many times. Life-Chasing Fire forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to increase his rank. Dongfang Naganori had struggled on the border of life and death countless times, but he did not die. 1,000 disintegrations dissipated, but the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flowers charged towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori raised Minuscule Mountain in his hand. The 3 killer moves of the demonic path Gu immortals became weaker the closer they got to Minuscule Mountain. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake. The Strength Path Giant Hand shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. The Heavenly Flowers dimmed not because of others, but because of themselves. Their petals started to wither. Eventually, these attacks landed in front of Dongfang Naganori. He waved his sleeves and easily blocked them. Immortal Killer move. Turn big into small. Pai Shuihan's expression was grim. He exposed the enemy's method. It turned out that the Fang Miniman Gu immortal on Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu immortal. He had the Rule Path immortal Gu small. He led the Miniman tribe to ally with Dongfang tribe to obtain space for his tribe to survive. Now that he made his move, he displayed an extraordinary technique that actually had the power to suppress the group of demons. The demons frowned. He Lulan felt regret. If she had known that Minuscule Mountain was so strong, she would not have fought to the death. The demons attacked Captivating Sea. Even though they destroyed the Peach Wolf group, it was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use this killer move. The situation is quite troublesome. To solve this problem, it will depend on you, Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan turned around and said to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snorted coldly. At the crucial moment, who else can you rely on other than me? Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched, but he did not retort. Free Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Resolve. He also had the Immortal Killer move, 1,000 Disintegrations. Against Rule Path, using Rule Path was the most effective method. Immediately, with Free Scholar at the lead, the demons fought intensely against Dongfang Naganori, Kinyang Laojun, and the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. The demons attacked one after another, fighting for an opportunity for Free Scholar. Free Scholar grabbed the opportunity and used 1,000 Disintegrations, targeting Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 Disintegrations clashed, turning big into small. It was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6. My small Gu is rank 7. How can it defeat me? The Mini-Man Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard from Minuscule Mountain. He was full of smugness. Free Scholar's expression was grim, but he could not retort. His foundation was too shallow compared to the Mini-Man tribe. The situation was disadvantageous to the demonic path. Dongfang Naganori had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Kinyang Laojuan's protection. He was undefeatable. As long as Hataru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory. He would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly, but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic Path Gu Immortals were lone wolves. They considered everything for themselves. They did not want to expend too much energy. It was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic Path Gu Immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it! My literature carps were taken away!" The demons looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Fang Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Fang Yuan in anger, "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat. Everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat. He even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating astronomy. Chapter 809. You, how can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, reprimanding. My literature, carp group, my fish group. Zhou Qian shouted angrily. We are fighting a difficult battle here, but you are taking benefits from us? Taking advantage of us? Pai Shuihan's eyes shined with a dark light. His tone was cold. My literature, carp group. Give me back my fish group. Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Naganori. By then, wouldn't we have everything? Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. Damn it, give me back my fish group. I want justice. Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands, as if he was just a housekeeper. All of you, shut up. If you continue like this, I will beat you up. Fang Yuan was very fierce. His aura surged. There was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. You! Zhou Qian's eyes were wide open. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He had to show his fierceness. To prevent these demonic path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Feng Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he had 2 mysterious companions. Forget about that rank 6 black robed Gu immortal. The crucial thing is this rank 7. She might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She promised not to harm Dongfang tribe. But now she is here. No wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shuehu. Everyone knew that old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dongfang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Feng Yuan, of course, knew what the Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan, and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons and successfully monopolize the group of prose carps, just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words. While everyone's impression was deepening, Dongfang Changfan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Feng Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dongfang Yikong's. He shouted at Feng Yuan, "Scoundrel! You actually dared to take away my literature carp. I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me. Do you know how much I had to pay for these prose carp? I want you to die a horrible death." He shouted as he flew towards Feng Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly, and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity, but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed a flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dongfang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kenyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the prose carp group was taken away by Feng Yuan, Dongfang Yikong's was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality. They were only different in quantity. Dongfang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised minuscule mountain and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Feng Yuan shouted from afar, "What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated. Why don't you take this chance to kill him? The other demonic path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tiandu, Shi Ho, Lu Qingming, He Ruo, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kenyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, Minuscule Mountain was shaking. The Mini-Mangu immortals' questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. It's fine, Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you? The mini-Mango immortal was going crazy. Persevere. Kenyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. I will stop him. Fairy Lishan stood up and blocked Kenyang Laojun. Fairy Lishan had once made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. She was using a special method to suppress the backlash of the agreement. Even so, when she was fighting earlier, her attacks were all directed towards Kenyang Laojun. The battle suddenly became fierce. The demonic path wanted to take advantage of the enemy's mistake to eliminate Dongfang Naganori. As long as Dongfang Naganori died, Jade Pool Blessed Land would no longer be in control. The demonic path Gu Immortal's battle strength would not be suppressed. Even if Kenyang Laojun and Minuscule Mountain remained, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Dongfang Naganori's side persevered. As long as they could regroup with Kenyang Laojun, they would still have the advantage. In such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the edge of the battlefield, plundering the resources in the deep pool. Fang Yuan's act of slacking made the demonic path Gu Immortals extremely furious. They shouted and criticized him. Fang Yuan, however, spoke with conviction. What do you know? This is a battle tactic. It is to trigger the Gu immortal wills that are suppressed in his body, to make that old scoundrel Dongfang make a mistake again. Isn't this battle situation because of me? Quickly cooperate. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. When Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face was distorted with anger. Pai Shuihan was filled with anger. He felt that at this moment he was no longer an ice and water Gu immortal. He was a fire path cultivator. But Fang Yuan's words were the truth. None of the demonic path Gu immortals could refute him. Divine Lord Tiandu, however, voiced out everyone's thoughts. Why are you plundering the heart of a gentleman while we are fighting here? The mini-Mangu immortal shouted from Minuscule Mountain. What do you mean by measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick? Humph, this is discrimination against us mini-mans. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes moved as he said, Actually, there is nothing wrong with this battle tactic. I will cooperate too. As he spoke, he withdrew himself from the battle and flew towards a deep pool below. Pai Shuihan shouted in anger, Get back here! Free Scholar breathed roughly as he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping cried out in pain. He suffered a heavy blow and almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed to continue. Victory and defeat were already hanging by a thread. If everyone tried to gain benefits, who would attack Dongfang Naganori? Free Scholar shouted coldly. This is the crucial moment if anyone tries to escape for no reason. I will kill them regardless of the enemy ahead. He lost his composure in anger. He started to curse. Zhou Ping, why are you still not joining the battle? Do you want me to attack too? Pai Shuihin's voice was cold as he threatened. Zhou Ping lowered his head. His face was filled with anger and hatred. He gritted his teeth and could only return. Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. But that did not mean the other rank 7 Gu Immortals could not do anything to him. The other demonic path Gu Immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They rejoiced but were also furious. Why could Fang Yuan plunder resources, but they could not? With battle strength. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Even if Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar wanted to punish Fang Yuan, they did not have the strength to do so. It was not the time. But the other rank 6 Gu Immortals. Do you dare to play tricks in front of me? Do you really think I, the great Gu Immortal, is so easy to fool? Which Gu Immortal who reached this level was not astute. But to fool others, one needed to have the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. She snorted coldly at Fang Yuan. Number 7, come here, we will fight together. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now, he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him. He had to continue acting. On Fairy Li Shan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle, while Kenyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu Immortal, be it his fighting style or methods. He countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 810. Fang Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kenyang Laojun. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of the life-chasing fire. But even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless group strength Gu and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now, the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high. This won't do. Fairy, block him first. I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kenyang Laojun. Her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time. It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious while fighting intensely. She replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily, The free scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Lishan and the others, there were also some gains. In the entire demonic Tao community, he, the free scholar, contributed the most but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically, and he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could a mortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all, and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu-masters. In an instant, he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu-masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions. Screaming for help, they had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people, my family, I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will, the greatest internal threat. The demons' eyes shined brightly. They unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them. He charged downwards. His desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the Mini-Mangu immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up Minuscule Mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule Mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons. Countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The Mini-Mangu immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty. There were only a few Gu immortals chasing after him. There was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Qinyang Laojun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death. He took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious. They did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan. They shouted angrily, Chase him! Don't let him escape! At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape. He tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Qinyang Laojun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Lishan. At once, both sides were like headless flies, flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu immortals in flying. These Gu immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method. Gu immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick! Kill some Dongfang Gu masters. Make him make a mistake. Free Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was already doing it. He used his strength path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time, someone shouted, Chia Shermin. Chia Shermin captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wants to sell them as slaves. Chia Shermin was furious. These were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. Chia Shermin! Free Scholar shouted as he chased. Make the sacrifice. We will compensate you double after the battle. Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Chia Shermin wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious. They showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills. The key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still a mortal rank 5. He had a deeper connection with his tribesmen. Every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kenyang Laojun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle. Fairy Lishan could not stop Kenyang Laojun. They managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes. They had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions. Even while flying, rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun suffered countless attacks. He was covered in injuries. His beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kenyang Laojun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. Retreat, we cannot stay here for long. Kenyang Laojun sighed, transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. Where there is life, there is hope. The mini-man Gu immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on. He quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat. He looked at Jade Pool-blessed land with reluctance. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing. A true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Another Dongfang tribe's gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, watch carefully, I am going to kill them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this. Dongfang Naganori was enraged. Myriad path-flying stars slammed down. Fang Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head-on, he immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, it fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed. Not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. if this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness. Their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end. They had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established. They could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them. The rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew. Everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast. There was no end to them. They gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group, there was Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Lishan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. In the second group, there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Xie Shimin, and Divine Lord Tian Du. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Zhuozhan Shurho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kenyang Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you. Teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks. My patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step. We just need to spend time, energy, and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kenyang Laojun, afraid that he would target him. He could only impart the possession method to him. Kenyang Laojun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence. He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tian Du looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, Everyone, please continue to fight. I'm powerless. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave. I will lure them away. After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Mini Mangu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Mini Mangu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet. However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the mountain of mind and heart. Brother Fang, there's no need to say any more. Take care. Mountain of mind and heart. Fairy Lishan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The 2 separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Lishan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the mini-Mangu immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed Fairy Lishan. But Fang Yuan rejected her. He chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Xie Shimin chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Lishan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Lishan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the two enemies. His speed rose. He quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shuihan was anxious. He shouted at Xie Shimin, "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Xie Shimin's movement killer move was a chariot. It was emitting the aura of an immortal gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives. His goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use them now. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands. Let's fight, you cannot escape," Xie Shimin said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly. He continued to fly forward. Xie Shimin killed the 13th captive. He finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat. He controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock. They shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either demonic path or righteous path. Some obstructed them, some chased after them, while others retreated. They did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later, only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Xie Shimin were left. "If I don't die, I will definitely repay you." Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart. He was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest, however, had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with. Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times. They could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat. No matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Xie Shimin killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. "What do we do?" Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan, and Xie Shimin looked at each other. They saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. "If you have any methods, use them now. Otherwise, it will be too late," Xie Shimin said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope. They had to use their immortal essence, wisps, wisely. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Xie Shimin roared, "As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him. It won't be too late to search his soul." Fang Yuan and the rest closed in. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. "Not good, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Xie Shimin's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Xie Shimin's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded, the war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. Chase me again. Chia Shermin will be your example. Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier. It was just an act. It was a trap. Chia Shermin was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly. He became numb and was killed in one hit. Chase! He's bluffing. Pai Shuihan stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Chia Shermin's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Chia Shermin's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time. Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan did not have much hope. But soon, there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered. A figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This! Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted, "Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal Gu. To think it was true!" The two figures had the same aura. They were exactly the same. They split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Chapter 812. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel. 2+3 WX eventually. Night fell. He could only watch as Dongfang Changfan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo. There were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sai, as expected of a legendary character, the leader of a superforce, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool Blessed Land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path Gu immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely. Cold air descended. The night sky was filled with dark clouds. The air was oppressive. After a while, Strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale as paper without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries. Some were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak. He frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment, I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal goose-split shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left. He could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness, like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. It poured down from the top of his head. Along with a surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together. This old scoundrels is stronger than any of us. We need to work together. Only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortal wills, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you. We were just your pawns. You want us to die. Don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together. Let's die together. It was you. You harmed us. You harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now, Jade Pool Blessed Land will definitely be plundered by the demons. Our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated, and soon it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation. It would be a complete defeat. So powerful, These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation. There is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current. From his own cultivation to the rise of his clan, he had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now they were pushing down, the defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body, his soul resided in the body, and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body. It was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest. As long as the body did not die, the will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid, but they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now, he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way, then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged. Everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortal's wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Renzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self, Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self Gu is that? That is Renzu's self Gu. That is Renzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe? Dirty and despicable person. Everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu immortals' wills shouted together. Enough! Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you. That is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree. This is my grand achievement. But you are just hiding under the tree, eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu immortals' wills seemed to have fallen into a huge wave. They could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool-blessed land, he fought intensely with a group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly. Wanting to possess them at the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 813. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path, Gu immortals sighed. Sigh, Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh, you killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? Hee. In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your Central Continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu immortal lifespan extension method. It is called possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88-point Jinyang Tower. True inheritance. Secluded domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the true inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it. I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind. I was too daring. Spare my life. Spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now... He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chang Fan, this name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the three super forces, joined forces for the grand martial arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell, only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline. I really feel ashamed for you. You. He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful. You are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life, you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. He, this is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red, and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will, but not the strength. All right, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe, and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart. Even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together at this moment experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment, they understood Dongfang Naganori. They also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool-blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori, even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master, the 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide. He found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed. I chased after your clone, but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought. There was something fishy about you killing Chia Sherman earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away, digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Chia Shermin's corpse untouched and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate Wisdom Path, but Strength Path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Ha! Is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills. It was extremely dangerous. I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now, Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 Wisdom Path Immortal in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately. I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth. Her eyes were clear like autumn water. She wore a light yellow dress. She was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qinyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hand to capture the Dongfang tribesmen, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong. It flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister, he shouted, but in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control. His eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed. He had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands. Watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack! Dongfang Qinyu's body shook. She was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off. Blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size. He shouted, "Damn it!" Before he finished speaking, he lost control again. It was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister, I will kill you. You dared to injure her. You actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He fell into madness. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a Strength Path giant hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the Strength Path giant hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu immortal actually attacked a mortal. So despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qinyu's head into her chest. Sister! Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might. He had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control. The defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom! Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was extremely weak. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 Wisdom Immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground. turning into an ownerless, blessed land. Feng Yuan had expected this. He used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 814. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 3, Section 18. Ren Zhu stepped on his own path of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, cognition guided him. "Oh, human! Oh, human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe. But if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself. You have to innovate. You have to leave your own footprints." After Ren Zhu received the guidance, he realized at once. He was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps. It was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Ren Zhu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge were buried. When Ren Zhu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges, the wounds were wide, and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Ren Zhu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Ren Zhu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Ren Zhu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, "Ren Zhu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean?" Ren Zhu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground. He left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Ren Zhu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Ren Zhu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, "Oh, human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time." Ren Zhu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground, regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass, it was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Ren Zhu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Rin Zu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of Ordinary Abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Rin Zu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of Ordinary Abyss, Rin Zu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious. It was bitter and hard to swallow. Rin Zu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Rin Zu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke self-gu. "Oh, human, I have thought of a way to get out of Ordinary Abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than Ordinary Abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Rin Zu thought about it, and his eyes shined. "That's right, this is a good idea." But soon he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than Ordinary Abyss? Self-gu. Use the blood of your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart. You should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in Ordinary Abyss. You can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Rin Zu tried using self-gu's method. The blade stabbed into his heart. He felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge. It was much bigger than the original tree. Rin Zu was in pain, but also happy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of Ordinary Abyss. Rin Zu continued to persevere. Hope-gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as Ordinary Abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. "Father, father!" The daughter jumped into Rin Zu's arms. She was very loving. This was Rin Zu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Rin Zu was very happy. He hugged his daughter and played with her. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara liked to eat fruits. She was white and plump. She played in the forest every day. She was very happy. Rin Zu still wanted to walk out of Ordinary Abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara persuaded him. "Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here. There is a tree to block us from the sun. There are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs. We can play here until we grow old. It will be very peaceful." Rin Zu shook his head. He had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree. The branches of the tree extended out of Ordinary Abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara sobbed. She pulled Rin Zu's hand. She begged, "Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees. If you leave, I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited. I will starve to death one day." Rin Zu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you. We will climb together." Thus, the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Rinzhu became. Boundless forest samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Rinzhu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking, it was shaking. Cognition, Gu warned Rinzhu. "Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter. It is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree. It is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Rinzhu shook his head. "I don't want to give up." Hope, Gu also urged. "Put her down, otherwise you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up. After planting so many trees, your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall." Rinzhu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Gu saw that Rinzhu was stubborn. While the other Gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. "Ah, I am so anxious." Gu did not discuss with Rinzhu. It bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain. She was furious. She stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Gu. But this way, she let go of her hand because of the intense shaking of the tree. She fell from Rinzhu's back. She stumbled along the way. With the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her butt. She grimaced in pain as she cried out, "Daughter!" Rinzhu shouted he wanted to go down. "It is too late. The tree is about to fall." Gu pushed Rinzhu's back. He subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Rinzhu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff. He had lost his way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She was very sad and helpless. "Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I am so scared." Rinzhu heard her cries and felt his heart break. He quickly walked around ordinary abyss, but could not find a way in. "It is useless," Gu said. "Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss? Who a mortal blessed land, Danghun Palace." Fang Yuan closed the legends of Rinzhu. As he sighed, he had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom. Humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naganori was like that. Fang Yuan was like that too. From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person. Fang Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul's strength fluctuations were captured by Fang Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path, Gu Immortal of Northern Plain say, "If you want a soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, hee, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. "Oh, you are so confident." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands. He could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan did not care. He used soul-searching methods. At once, Danghun Palace turned dark. Eerie winds blew. Ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Fang Yuan revealed his true form, a towering immortal zombie body. His skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression. Fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood-red. His 8 arms were stretched out. His monstrous claws were huge and sharp. One of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver. But he soon calmed down and allowed Fang Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Fang Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled. Waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended. Fang Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose. It was no longer as solid and bright as before, but it revealed a pleased expression. It fluctuated again and transmitted information. Fang Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled. Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path, Gu Immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal goo to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want. After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, Now I'm gone and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. Then he changed the topic, but we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques, and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal Gu Master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Changfan at this stage. At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day, I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method? Hee hee. Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul. Oh, it's like this. Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out air sac goo. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal goo, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon, Fang Yuan crushed the air sac goo along with the guts goo stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What goo worm is this? It is only a mortal goo, but it can heal my soul? At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, Guess. Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all. Even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent, but soon fluctuated again. There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul. That is Dang Han Mountain's guts goo. What you crushed earlier should be air sac goo. You bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Smart. But you are only half right. Air sac goo is my creation, and guts goo is my business. What? It's you. Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, He could not change the overall situation. After using Guts Gu to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul-searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great goo worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second. The largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. Their many rank 5 large cave toad goo. But Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad goo? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Liji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a goo refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Liji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. Oh, there is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient, desolate beast, mortal life, jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue, profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt. This is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight, there is a day of night. When night falls, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool. Although it is not big, it is filled with immortal material, desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool. The walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial, desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon, not in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth, but is soft like water. Moonlight shines on its surface. It is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient, desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder. He knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved. He almost could not resist going to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains, he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool Blessed Land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence. He had to conceal himself. He was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to Minuscule Mountain. He even attracted Kenyang Laojuan's suspicions. He wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a delicious piece of meat. Gu immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it. Even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison. My situation is not good. Ha! This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible. He looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. He was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Sha Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yi Cha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Zhouge's group. He also started to investigate Sha Huang. This caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the wisdom path inheritance also exposed a lot of things. He left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself. That is the correct way to deal with this. This time, I actually obtained a complete wisdom path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good. I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, I should be able to deal with wisdom path deductions. That way, I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed. I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target. He needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless. This was not something that Guts Gu could heal. He needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom, regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 816. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed. He did not conceal it. The phantom Gu formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His phantom path attainment level should be master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his space path attainment level should also be master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the phantom beast army. Several desolate level phantom beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their phantom transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think, if he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the phantom beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruined bat's identity to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. This Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruined bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruined bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruined bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul searching Dongfang Naganori for the 3rd time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke. All of his plans to rule over the world disappeared. All of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Fang Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Fang Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8-star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Tao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the phantom beast army, and other methods. This wisdom path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed. This gain, it was too abundant. A complete inheritance, no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined, and because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path. Even though I still have the first aperture, I have become an immortal zombie, and my aperture is dead. I cannot cultivate anymore. But Fang Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. If he included the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Fang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason. That was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In whose immortal blessed land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom. He had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage. The thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Fang Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining goo almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed. He could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Fang Yuan's deductions. But now, with this wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan could use a lower price and higher efficiency to deduce all sorts of things. Land spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan lightly stomped his feet. Master, I am here. Little Who Immortal Land Spirit suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a whoosh. Her little face was rosy and tender. Her snow-white furry foxtail was wagging happily after being summoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, immediately stopped the refinement of malicious thought goo in the second stone nest and refined star thought goo. This is the goo recipe, go arrange it. Understood, Master. Have you arranged all the resources I brought? Fang Yuan asked. Once he returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land, he took out all the resources in his immortal aperture and arranged them in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The specific work was done by Little Who Immortal. This was because his immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was fine to store them temporarily, but if they were left there for a long time, the death energy would infect them, causing the value of most of the resources to plummet. I have arranged everything, Master. The air bubble fish group is at the east side of the Blessed Land, gathering with the previous air bubble fish. The number of the fish group has increased sharply. The starlight firefly goo is on top of the fish group. In the following period of time, the production will definitely increase. As for the millions of dragonfish group, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we will send rockmen to dig a large lake and let the dragonfish group gather together. This way they can reproduce even more small fish. Literature carps. I dug a small pond and stored them secretly. Other than the dead eerie fire dragon pythons, there are still over 1,000 of them. They have already merged with the few that we originally had, occupying a large area in the southwest of the Blessed Land. Oh, there are also oil water and some other common resources. They are temporarily placed in Dang Hun Palace's storage room. The regretful spiders are placed at the north side of the Blessed Land. The terrain there is long and narrow. I spent a lot of effort to place them there. Little Who Immortal raised her head and had an expression of eagerness, wanting to take credit. Fang Yuan smiled, quickly praising. Yes, our Little Who Immortal is the most capable. Little Who Immortal got praised. Her round eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her snow-white tail wagging rapidly. For a moment, he got carried away and lightly jumped towards Fang Yuan's leg, hugging Fang Yuan's thick calf. She used her smooth and tender face to lean against Fang Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Fang Yuan with her watery eyes. Her face was flushed with excitement as she said in adoration, Master, you are so amazing. You brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Who Immortal Blessed Land has never been so rich before. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stretched out his monstrous arm and picked up Little Who Immortal like a kitten, placing her on his broad shoulder. Don't worry. Good days are yet to come. Little Who Immortal nodded like pounding garlic. She was very confident in Fang Yuan's abilities, but she reminded with some worry, Master, I have to report to you, the desolate beast shark finwolf you brought back this time is not very good. It is always hiding in the pool and does not take the initiative to hunt. Sometimes it even cries. Fang Yuan grunted, not taking it to heart. It's fine, this is because it suffered a huge blow. I have experience in feeding wolves. It will gradually recover after some time. Master, there is one more thing I have to remind you. Don't forget, an earthly calamity is about to descend on our home, Little Who Immortal said. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time-flow ratio between Who Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1:5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years. But in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal goo master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal. I have many immortal goo, immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Feng Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 817. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfang, tribe's Goo Master captives. Although Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Qingyu and the rest, he still had a group of about 100 to 200 Dongfang tribesmen. The land spirit replied. She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a Stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine goo and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Feng Yuan shook his head, instructing, Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal goo in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives. He is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, Master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Feng Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Feng Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, his immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the guts goo trade had doubled, not counting the profits. There was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Feng Yuan instructed the land spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Who Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Who Immortal Blessed Land strength and increasing its foundation. Little Who Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Goo, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Feng Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the wisdom path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Who Immortal. She was in charge of star, thought, goo refinement. The immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of goo refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly goo. The prose carp was very valuable, but the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana. I can sell it directly, Feng Yuan thought. These 3. He appeared at the right time. All along, Feng Yuan only had one source of income. That was the guts goo trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one guts goo after all. The production of guts goo was limited. Feng Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Feng Yuan did not dare to refine immortal goo. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Feng Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of gu recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate wisdom path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these 3 businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from a mortal yuan stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are, after all, a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved. They all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several star path go immortals and paid a sum of a mortal yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a wisdom path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time, he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of gu immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method, I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, "As an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations." You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it we can cooperate? Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He sensed that Fang Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Fang Yuan could speak, he continued, "If we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul. Do you think I can harm you?" As he spoke, he kept encouraging Fang Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Fang Yuan smiled. "As expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier. I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from. Oh, I said it before, you and I are the same type of people. We both have ambitions and aspirations." The soul fluctuated again, but Fang Yuan's words changed. "Precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry. Once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better." Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. "Ha ha ha! You can't fool me. You are moved." Fang Yuan nodded. "Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method." The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own paths methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world. Even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, phantom path master, space path master, soul path master, enslavement path master, and blood path master. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, refinement path quasi-grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, enslavement path master, and transformation path master. As for soul path, space path, time path, dream path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon phantom path. It was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were at least flying master, because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals. After becoming Gu immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Fang Yuan might have 2 paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets, and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings, and experiences, their understanding of using Gu, and so on. When summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now, there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels. That was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path, Gu Immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals, and schemes, especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. The external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. Chapter 818. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes and experiences. Gu Immortal Han Dong is already dead. He was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts. He was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool-blessed land, using the rank 6 immortal Gu house thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our Devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yuliang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the immortal goo in his body. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo to modify his immortal soul. There is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary. He was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Makoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. He had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunxing's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Makoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Makoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunxing's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Makoto for now. My cleansed soul immortal goo needs food long ago. This White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yuliang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. It could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal goo he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture. Maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land. They were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal goo. But the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion like a huge wave. Northern Plains Goo Immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit, but the immortal goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower escaped. Northern Plains Goo Immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 Goo Immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Goo Immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the Superforce Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless Goo Immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel. Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck he obtained the wisdom path inheritance he wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help who immortal blessed land undergo tribulation. Using the wisdom path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense. It was better not to show himself. But White Lotus giant silkworm Gu's allure was too shocking. Feng Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus giant silkworm Gu to feed it. But immortal Gu are unique. Even though they are precious, Cleanse Soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have self-strength immortal Gu as the core. Even if Cleanse Soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with self-strength, the killer move myriad self's power will double, and it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Feng Yuan hesitated. Cleanse Soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal Gu were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Feng Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where Gu Immortal C. Shermin died. From time to time, Gu Immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant immortal Gu aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Xie Shermin left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The central continent Gu Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet. Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days. Perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Humph. Do you think my Black Heaven Temple's signature immortal killer, Move knows White Defend Black cannot hide from you and will be easily detected? Old man Tian Long snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent. She knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects. Their reputation needed to be protected at all times. They could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear. She was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion. She was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. These mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. His strength path battle strength is quite high. He is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for. Sha Huang. Kenyan Lao Jun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually, even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sects. They are still a superforce. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you, Kenyan, gained a lot this time. The rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well. Isn't this too much? Chen Zhen Qi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sex mission yet. But something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Juga. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kenyan Laojuan's life chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster. He had immortal killer moves. Even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke. Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Qinjin Qi. He could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, come and go in a flash of smoke, referred to heavenly lotus sex gu immortal bu fei yen. It meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely. She was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time, the female gu immortal bu fei yen had also come to northern plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Chun Zhanqi spoke, but Bu Fei Yen remained silent. She did not speak. But old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 immortal Gu House thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduce that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Hey, thatched hut. Ha! I prefer to call it by its original name, thatched hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years, he used this to move unhindered in northern plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into thatched hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much. It was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manners Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into northern plains with his mortal Gu master cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly. He was very subtle about it. All right, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that fairy Li Shan? Since she fought together with that Strength Path immortal zombie, they have a close relationship. She definitely knows many secrets. A Gu immortal said impatiently, "That's not right." Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains' demonic path. So be it in the past, but now old ancestor Shwe, who is trying his best to refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now. Click on the plus sign at the top right corner. Choose to add a public account in the Add Friend section. Search for Zhongwen Wang and follow the public account. You will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 819. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shwe, who was mentioned, the Central Continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level. They had outstanding battle strength. They were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Joga could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shwe, who he had terrifying battle strength in Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Fong Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears. They were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the 4th Peak's Lord, Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Pengqing by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Longdan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu Immortal walked on Li Pengqing's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord. Gong, ZMO Central Continent's Gu Immortals were lying in ambush. They had powerful methods. But these 3 demonic path Gu Immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack the longer we drag on. The more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Jie Shimin. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu Immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui, who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the free scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kenyan Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars. It has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu Immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods, and their survival skills far surpass our central continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier, in the Battle of Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu Immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Jioga takes action, personally. A Gu Immortal said, in this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jioga's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent Gu Immortals. But Feng Jioga said, let's retreat. Saying so, without giving the Immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The Immortals looked at each other. They could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away. The Immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jioga. The ambush earlier was Feng Jioga's idea. Now that the 3 demonic path Gu Immortals had arrived, Feng Jioga was the first to retreat. We are united. Why would we be afraid of the 3 of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu Immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Jioga's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Jioga looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Lishan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains' Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to snowy mountain-blessed land to ask for minuscule mountain from old ancestor Shuhu. What? There is such a thing. 2 rank 8s are going to fight. This northern plains is really... Rank 8 Gu immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of minuscule mountain, they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Dang Hun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves. Their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Joga smiled lightly, saying, "That strength path immortal zombie is very vigilant. Snowy mountain-blessed lands, 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The immortals were speechless. They could not say anything for a while. Snowy mountain-blessed land was the #1 demonic path base in northern plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Joga was so daring, he actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy mountain-blessed land, first peak. Old ancestor Shui, who sat on a large chair, he held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain. All of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. They were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way. They barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain-blessed land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Mini-Man on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain. At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wan Shou. She was old ancestor Shui, whose wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of northern plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension?" Old ancestor Shui, who turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wan Shou nodded. "I have already comprehended all the steps to refined fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it." She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Mini-Mans were shivering in fear, huddling together. "Monster! So scary, so scary! Don't eat me, I have too little flesh. I won't even be enough to fill your teeth." Lady Wan Shou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Mini-Man, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wan Shou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path blessed land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Mini-Man tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain, now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands. This proves that our Snowy Mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing. Lady, you are wrong. Old ancestor Shui, who shook his head. On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune, rivaling heaven gu, and use Ma Hong Yin as the main gu refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this minuscule mountain. It is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up. We will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather gu refinement materials. This time, she had snatched away Fengsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter. Oh, Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wan Shou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant sun immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shuehu about returning Minuscule Mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wan Shou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wan Shou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shuehu worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune, rivaling heaven gu, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses, old ancestor Shui, who laughed heartily, wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Shui, who said this, and suddenly paused, his expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.